How are you? Doing well for this day before the holiday.
Good evening. Let me welcome everyone. Hope all is well and ready for a productive meeting. Let me go ahead on and call the Richland County Council special call meeting to order for November 10th. I'm going to ask Ms. Owens to call the roll for council members to present.
Yes, sir. Malinowski.
Here.
Dickerson.
Here.
McBride.
Here.
Livingston.
Here.
Terracio. Walker.
Here.
Kennedy. Manning.
Miss Olney? Miss Olney?
Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am.
I'm here. I'm sorry. You've dipped out on me for a minute. I'm here. Thank you.
Okay. We do have a
Miss
quorum.
Olney?
Yes, ma'am.
Miss Olney? This is
Yes,
Chakisse
ma'am.
Newton. I didn't hear my name being called, but I'm present.
Yes, ma'am. I've got you. And Mr. Manning just joined as well.
Thank you. And we do have a quorum. Next on our agenda is our invocation and pledge of allegiance. And that will be handled by the Honorable George Dickerson.
Well, good afternoon and welcome everyone. It's a very good day that the Lord has made. Let us rejoice and be extremely glad that it is. But at first, I want to take this moment to ask the blessings of the Lord upon our veterans as we serve them tomorrow on Veterans Day and their families who have served us diligently to make sure that we have a very safe and peaceful country in which to live in. And I also want to ask the Lord blessings upon those families who have lost loved ones due to COVID-19, as well as those families who are now dealing with their loved ones that are in the hospital or are even dealing with this virus. And Lord, we just want to thank you for the many blessings that you have bestowed upon us and our families. Ask that you continue to keep us safe, healthy, and we ask that you continue to, help us to serve those constituents in which we were elected to serve. And let us do our due diligence to work hard to make sure that we provide great service to them. We ask that you empower us to do that. And with those blessings, I'm asking in your name, and we give you all the praise, the glory, and the honor. And with that, I will ask you all to join me in a pledge of allegiance. Either you put your hands on your heart or you can stand if you like. Okay, I'm going to lead you in the pledge of allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag, United States of America, and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Thank you so much. And thank you, Mr. Livingston, for allowing me to participate in this capacity.
Thank you very, very much. That brings us to approval of our minutes. First is special call meeting for October 6, 2020.
Mr. Chair, I move to approve.
The motion for approval for item 4A, special call meeting for October 6, 2020 is a second.
Second.
It's moving properly second. In discussion, change, deletions, reference the minutes for October 6th. If not, I'll ask Ms. Owens to call the roll for the motion for approval for the minutes for October 6th.
Malinowski.
Yes.
Dickerson.
Yes.
McBride.
Yes.
Livingston.
Yes.
Terracio.
Yes.
Walker.
Yes.
Kennedy. Manning. Myers.
Yes.
Newton.
Yes.
Motion passes.
Thank you. That brings us to item 4B, regular session minutes for October 20th. Can I take a motion?
So move.
It's been moved. Properly second. Any discussions, change, deletions, reference to October 20th minutes? There being none, I'll ask Ms. Owens to call the roll for item 4B.
Malinowski,
Yes.
Dickerson,
Yes.
McBride,
Yes.
Livingston,
Yes.
Terracio,
Yes.
Walker,
Yes.
Kennedy, Manning, Myers,
Yes.
Newton.
Yes.
Motion passes.
Thank you. That brings us to item 4C, zoning public hearing for October 27th minutes. Chair, entertain a motion.
So move.
Second.
It's a move. It's a second.
Yes, I second.
The moving properly second. Anyone to be recognized for any change, deletions? If not, I would like to refer to page 38 in your packet regarding the zoning map. I'm sorry, item 20-022 MA. And my intent is to make a motion for reconsideration for that item. And the main purpose is to make reconsideration to follow with a motion to table. So that way the community and developer would have more of an opportunity to accurately discuss and share some information that was talked about last time. And the reason why I want to do a motion to table is because that means that that item cannot come back unless council bring it back up. And so therefore it wouldn't be a secret to the community when it comes back. So I'm going to entertain a motion to reconsider that item so that I could have an opportunity to table it. So my motion is for reconsideration. Is there a second to the motion for reconsideration?
Mr. Chair.
Second.
It's moving properly second for reconsideration. Ms. Terracio?
Yes, could you just repeat the item that we're reconsidering?
Yeah, I need,
That item is again on page 39. It's item 4. It's 20-027. I'm sorry. It starts on page 38. Let me make sure here. Yes, it's 20-022 MA. The applicant was Brian DeBurn. Does that help? Does it help, Mr. Ratio?
Actually, yes, because I was looking at a completely different item. Okay, so on my page, it's on page 38.
Yes,
So
it's
it's
38. That's
three.
correct.
yes, 30.
Item 3 on page 38.
Okay,
That's correct.
this is Nina Lee Drive and Wilson Boulevard.
Yes.
Okay, thank you. Yes, that's
It's a
helpful.
move and properly second for reconsideration.
I thought you, okay, all right.
Mr. Chair, my hand
Is
is
that
up.
properly retinue?
Anyone need to be recognized?
Yeah, I do, Mr. Chair. Bill Malinowski, my hand's
It's
up.
not like you recognize.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Your comment that if we reconsider it, and then you stated about tabling it, it would not come back unless council brought it up. So at this point in time, the motion to deny passed, so it won't come back anyway. So I do not follow your logic in wanting to bring it back merely to table it. That means that.
Well, if you table it, that means you could bring it back up whenever council decides to. But by denial, that means you have to wait an entire year. So that's a big difference.
I know that's a big difference, but the council voted to deny it with the exception of one vote. So I guess I'm not understanding.
Mr. Malinowski, we're not discussing the council vote. We'll vote up or down in motion for reconsideration.
Go ahead.
Council vote on everything we reconsider, Mr. Malinowski.
Go ahead. I'm sorry. Go ahead.
Any further discussion for reconsideration for that item? If not, I'll ask Ms. Owens to call the roll for a reconsideration for that item.
Mr. Malinowski,
No.
Dickerson,
I don't really understand it, so I'm going to extend because I don't understand the motion. Thank you.
McBride,
No.
Livingston,
Yes,
Terracio,
No.
Walker,
Yes.
Kennedy, Manning,
No.
Myers,
No.
Newton.
Yes.
Motion fails.
okay, that brings us back to the approval of the minutes for October. These are the zoning public hearing minutes for the October meeting. Chair, entertain the motion reference those minutes.
So move.
It's a move for approval. It's a second.
I second.
It's a move and properly second. Ms. Owen can call the roll for the adoption of the minutes for zoning public hearing October 27th.
Yes, sir. Malinowski,
Yes.
Dickerson,
Yes.
McBride,
Yes.
Livingston,
Yes,
Terracio,
Yes.
Walker,
Yes.
Manning, Myers,
Yes.
Newton.
Yes.
Motion passes.
thank you. That brings us to item 5, the adoption of the agenda.
Mr. Chair,
Ms. Dixon, you recognize.
thank you. I got a little seasick going through this this agenda, and a couple of those pages there are, from my understanding, maybe it's just in my package, they're out of sync, but I just want to bring that to your attention that a couple of the pages, there are carryovers that are a little bit out of sync, but I think I can work with the clerk to get those pages straightened out.
Thank you. And when we get to some of those, we'll try to straighten it out then too. Thank you for bringing it to my attention.
Other than that, that's fine. Other than that, I'll make a motion to approve the agenda as presented.
The motion for adoption of the agenda as presented is there a second?
Second.
Moving properly second.
Mr. Chair.
Any changes, deletions, Mrs. Newton, you recognize.
I thought we already. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chair. There is an item that is currently on our agenda, item 19A, an update on the clerk to council search. The way that it is presented, it appears that it's just for information, but we would like to request that council take an action. So I would just like for that to be reflected on our agenda.
Yeah, I did make a note of that, actually, to even add it to executive session items, but yes, I did make a note of that. Thank you.
Mr. Chairman.
Mr. Smith, you recognize.
Yes, sir. Under item 6 for executive session, in conjunction.
Wait, Mr. Smith, we haven't gotten to that yet. We haven't approved the agenda yet.
Yeah, I was trying.
Unless it's related to the agenda, go ahead.
Yeah. So it's currently listed under 19B, and I was just going to bring to your attention that it's an I believe it qualifies for executive session. It's a personnel contractual matter related to the interim clerk of council.
Yes, and I think that's what Ms. Newton was referring to.
No, Mr. Chair, it wasn't, but I do concur with Mr. Smith. I was referring to item 19A.
Right. And under that is.
And that's what Ms. Smith was referring to too.
No,
Mr. Smith was referring to 19B.
Oh, okay, I got you.
Yeah, 19B. So
Yeah.
I was just bringing to your attention that item qualifies for executive session under the report of the county attorney for executive session items.
Right.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Okay, that brings us, any other questions reference the adoption of the agenda? It was moving properly second.
Mr. Chair,
Ms. Dixon, you recognize.
I just to my motion to approve the agenda, but it needs to be amended to include Ms. Newton's comments that this is an action item.
Right.
Okay.
I'm going to say as amended, yeah, based on that.
Okay,
Thank
all
you.
right, that's fine. Thank you.
Does staff have anything as it relates to the agenda before we move to adopt the agenda?
No, sir, Mr. Chair. There's no additional items.
Okay, so the motion for the adoption of the agenda will include the change as amended based on the comment by Mr. Smith and Ms. Newton. Reference item 19. Any further discussion reference to the agenda before we take a vote on adoption of the agenda? If not, I'll just ask Ms. Owens to call the roll for the adoption of the agenda as amended.
Yes, sir. Malinowski,
Yes.
Dickerson,
Yes.
McBride,
Yes.
Livingston,
Yes.
Terracio,
Yes.
Walker,
Yes.
Kennedy, Manning, Myers,
Yes, ma'am.
Newton.
Yes.
Motion passes.
Thank you. That brings item 6 on our agenda, report of the attorney for executive session item. Mr. Smith.
Mr. Chair, members of council, item 6A was actually by motion of council deferred until our next regular council meeting. It is on the agenda if the council had any direction that they wanted to share with the attorneys regarding this particular issue. If not, we did want to report to the council that based on the council's actions at our last meeting, we have in fact filed the motion with the court to reconsider this matter. And Mr. Seals and his attorney joined with that motion. However, we have yet to hear from the court as it relates to any ruling regarding the motion. But if council has no direction or any additional information to share with us regarding this particular issue, that's all that we have at this point.
Thank you. And that's all you have for your report? Correct. That completes your report, Mr. Smith?
Yes, sir. That completes my report.
With the exception of the item we mentioned on 19, yes.
Yes, sir. With the exception of 19B.
Thank you.
Mr. Chair.
Ms. Newton, you recognize.
Mr. Smith mentioned that the motion was filed. My question would be, were there any additional conversations with Mr. Seals or his attorney during this interim period? And is there any other information to share with us?
There were discussions with them, Ms. Newton, and those discussions related to the motion itself. And there was collaboration with his legal team in regard to the motion that we filed for reconsideration with the court. There was no additional information, however, to come forward as it relates to a resolution of this matter, which the council basically had deferred until our next regular scheduled meeting. So there was no additional information to come from them on that issue.
And then to the extent that you can comment, is there a particular or expected time frame when we would hear back on your motion?
That's a good question, Ms. Newton. We really don't know. There are some judges that, based on their scheduling and other considerations, that may take longer than others to act on certain things. And in this instance, we don't have any indication as to when the court will act on the motion at this point.
Okay, and again, I apologize, Mr. Smith, for asking questions that you can't commit to because it's outside of your control, but can you give some sort of guess, understanding that there are variables? Is it the kind of thing that you would expect that we would hear back on in 30 days, 60 days, that this would come back before us?
I would hope, Ms. Newton, that at least 60 days, I would anticipate that we would. And I'm hopeful that it would be in 30, but again, not knowing what the judge's schedule is and all those kinds of things, I just, I just don't know.
Thank you.
Thank you. That brings us to citizen input.
Point of order, Mr. Chair. Point of order, Mr. Chair. This is
Mr.
Walker.
Walker, you recognize.
Would a directive giving motion be in order under this item as it pertains to directive from council at this time?
When you say directed motion,
Yeah, my question under the point of order is, would a motion providing guidance and direction to our legal team as to how to respond in the interim directly to Mr. Seals and his counsel be ruled in order at this time?
I'll have to ask Mr. Smith about that based on the executive session item that's before us, and that may reach into that too. And I know we'd probably have to go to executive session to do it, but Mr. Smith, you heard Mr. Walker's question.
Yes, sir. I heard his question. If the motion relates to a potential resolution or settlement of this matter with Mr. Seals, and the council is prepared to give us some direction on that, then certainly we will carry it out. But any discussion of what those parameters are or what the council is thinking in the form of a settlement resolution of this matter would be appropriate to be discussed in executive session.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Ms. Walker, go ahead. You about to say something?
No, I was simply thanking him for the guidance.
Any other questions come before us?
Well, I guess from my perspective, if we're going to wait, well, not wait, if we're required to wait 30 days or 60 days, what would come out of this is you have filed, pardon me, Mr. Smith, I'm not looking at the language. You have filed to have the judgment reconsidered. And then if the judgment is reconsidered, then at that point, would the settlement be reinstated, or it would then go to a different legal phase for the settlement?
Well, Ms. Newton, that would obviously depend upon what the court's decision was related to our request to reconsider. The court may address some, but not all of what we asked for. So it really just will depend at the end of the day on what the court comes back with in terms of what action, if any, that then would require of the county and the other party. But if the court came back and said, well, it's going to reconsider the matter and now not invalidate the votes, then that would obviously be a different situation. But we'd have to assess the order once the court has issued the order in order to try to determine what it means.
Okay.
Any further discussion? If not, with that said, I'll move to item 7, which is citizen input. Ms. Only, did anyone sign up to speak?
No, sir.
That citizen input is open now, closed. That brings us to item 8, second citizen input. Did anyone sign up for that citizen input?
No, sir.
It is now open and closed. That brings us to the report of the county administrator.
Yes, sir, Mr. Chair, members of council. The physical document did not make it into your packet, but if you will allow me, I'll try to be brief in my remarks and follow the same information that I presented in prior council meetings related to the update. Is that okay, Mr. Chair?
Yes, please.
So I'll start with some statistical data. Overall, as of 11/4, when the report was generated, Richland County's percent positive has dropped below 18%. We had last count, we were up about 18.4%. Now we're down 17.3%. So again, while we're still above the targeted 5%, we have seen our overall percent positive come down. We were up over the 20s and we've been trending down over the last several weeks. Specific to the mask giveaways, we do have some events that were recently scheduled and hosted. One was in District 8 at the Decker Center. That was on November 6th. And then also at the Richland County's Sheriff's Region 1 substation in District 11. That was on November 6th also. We have events that are scheduled in District 10 at Temple of Faith Bible Way Church on November 20th from 10 a.m. until the masks are gone. We project until 11:30. And again at Mount Moriah Baptist Church on December 4th from 10 a.m. until the masks are gone or until 11:30 a.m. And that is in District 10. District 11 has another giveaway at the Richland County Sheriff's Region 1 substation on December the 11th from 10 a.m. until 11:30 a.m. or until the masks are gone. Additionally, I noted that in the next coronavirus update report, I plan to give council some specific information related to how we're taking steps to move forward with allowing some level of limited in-person services in select departments. So you'll be receiving in the next coronavirus update the mitigation measures that we have in place and that we're using to move towards allowing some level of limited in-person services. So that concludes that report, Mr. Chair. I'll certainly entertain any questions at this time.
Floor is now open for questions to Mr. Brown regarding the coronavirus update. Ms. McBride, you recognize?
Yes, Mr. Brown, have we completed and expended all of the funds for our COVID-19 relief program?
I believe we do have some funds remaining. The period of time that was originally allotted for is the only thing that expired, but I do believe that we have funds that were left over from the disaster recovery funds that the county had set aside.
Are there any plans for the expenditure of those funds?
The only plans that had been in place were for the other funds that were set aside for the purchasing of equipment and protective equipment, but no additional, the staff has not made additional plans on behalf of council to do anything with those funds, Ms. McBride. So we can find out from Mr. Hayes how much money is left, and if the council would like to reopen an additional opportunity for those remaining funds, that would be a possibility.
Okay, and I think that would go through the COVID-19 committee. Is that not correct?
I believe that is correct, Ms. McBride.
Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. McBride. Any other questions? If not, we'll move on to item 10.
Mr. Chair.
I'm sorry, Ms. Terracio. Go ahead.
Yes, thank you. Mr. Brown, it's been a little bit of time since I feel like I've had an update on this, but can you remind us, for our employees who are not operating out of the county building, so maybe they're working from home, are they generally having like their phone lines forwarded to them? Could you give us a little bit of an update just procedurally how things are working?
Yes, ma'am, that's a good question. So the employees that have the ability to work remotely, Yes, ma'am. They could have county phones. They could have phones forwarded. We do have employees that have phones forwarded. We do have employees who have county phones. We have actually had employees who did not originally have county phones acquire those if their job needed that. We also have many of our employees, quite frankly, who are actually back in their county facility working. So there's a combination. To my knowledge, I am not aware of employees that we have that are just not working at all. Initially, we had some employees who we sent home, but at this point, all employees should be either working staggered work schedules, meaning they're coming into the county facility at a different time. They should be working telework, meaning that the work that they would normally do in a Richland County facility, they have the ability to do remotely. Some of our staff will continue to do that even after we start in-person services because we've determined that there's really not a need for them to be physically in the buildings. We have staff that are also working in obviously in shifts, and that has not changed from some of our departments. But the majority of our departments really, especially those essential, what we call essential public works, utilities, a lot of administrative staff related to those areas, IT, information technology, risk management, a lot, the Ombudsman's office, a lot of those employees have continued to work throughout COVID-19. And I think very few were not working in the beginning, but everybody should be actually working now in some form or fashion. So what we're doing right now is actually determining at this point how many people we can bring back safely into the facility, utilizing the mitigation tools that have been suggested or recommended by the CDC and other public health officials. And then after all those are in place, then we're talking about, well, which departments are citizens having challenges with getting what they need remotely and would be best served by having some level of in-person services. And so that's where we are now in looking to bring in-person services back on board in a limited capacity. But first, we are going to show you what tools we put in place and see whether or not those tools meet everybody's standards and ideas of safety as we prepare to begin to open up those limited in-person services.
Thank you. And just as and you may not have this number in, but I'm just curious as to kind of what the percentage is for folks who are working from home and who are working in county buildings.
Sure, I don't have that percentage number for you right now, but what I can do is, because I have asked for all of our teams, specifically that report to the county administrator, to provide an analysis of how many employees they have that are working staggered telework, or if there's anyone that is not able to actually physically work at a county facility or to work remotely, so that we can actually get those actual details. So that is a question that has been asked. And I know all of the departments that report to the administrator working through the ACAs are preparing that information. So I can't get you those numbers. So I'll see if we can have that by the next meeting.
Okay, thank you so much.
Mr. Chair, follow up.
Mr. McBride, you recognize?
Those that are working remotely, do they have the technology besides the telephones? They have the computers and everything. Is the county providing them that, or are they using their personal? Yes,
ma'am. So the county has repurposed many of its laptops initially when we realized that there were employees who needed those, who needed to be able to work remotely. And we have also acquired some new ones as well. Okay. So employees that are being required to work are being provided equipment to do the work.
Okay, and it's my understanding that all employees are working either remotely or staggered in person and at home. Is that correct?
That is my understanding as well. Yes, ma'am.
And those that are working remotely, are they given hours? Like, are they working the regular work hours from home?
Yes, ma'am. So there could be now, and I don't want to speak on behalf of all county employees because there are some other officials who may have different schedules, but in general, yes, ma'am. The employees are required to work their regular scheduled work hours, but I do know in some instances, there are certain departments where their employees are working different staggered schedules based on the fact that that makes better sense than just working what the normal business hours would be, because they can't cover all the information effectively if they just did normal in-person hours.
Thank you.
Yes, ma'am.
Mr. Chair.
Secretary recognized.
Yeah, to follow up with kind of Ms. McBride's concerns, it kind of disturbs me a little bit if I happen to call someone and I get a out of office notice, and that was one of my concerns, whether or not they're just out of the office or whether they're on vacation, or because that was kind of one of my concerns. So I don't know how we can address that. Maybe I can shoot it through you if I have some concerns about that. I would just ask, maybe I can send my question to you to find out whether or not that person is on duty at that particular time or that day. But I have ran into some problems with a couple where, I get an out of office away from my desk notice technically. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Okay. Any other questions, Mr. Brown? If not, Mr. Brown, does that complete your report?
It does, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. That brings us to the report of the interim clerk of council. Ms.
Yes,
Owens?
sir. Yes, sir. Attached to the agenda packet was a proposed 2021 council meeting calendar. I am requesting any feedback or if possible action to approve the calendar so that I can start setting up meetings for next year.
You've heard the clerk of council. This is an action item. Chair entertains a motion regarding the adoption of the calendar.
Mr. Chair, I move to approve the calendar as presented.
It's moved for approval of the calendar as presented. Is there a second?
Second.
It's moving properly second. Any discussion reference to the calendar as presented?
Mr. Chair.
Ms.
And
McBride, you recognize?
yes, and I can't recall the exact date, but there's always a conflict with National Night Out. And that's an event that a large percentage of the council members participate in. And because there is usually conflicting with staff with council meetings, I would like for us to check into that because there's a set national date for National Night Out. A set date for National Night Out.
Okay, we'll make sure the clerk gets us that information. If we have to change it, we'll change it.
Mr. Chair, normally I think to Ms. McBride's comments is like where I've over the years have had a problem when the Association of Counties changed their date to overlap into August is when we start having that problem. But at one time we didn't have that problem because we could come back home from the Association of Counties. So it started to overlap and either you miss some of the Association of Counties to get back or when the Association of Counties changed their date to overlap into August. Maybe you need to talk to them.
And it was our meeting time too, Ms. Dickerson.
Yeah.
So we'll have the clerk check that. Any further discussion reference to the calendar? Is the moving proper second for adoption? If not, Ms. Owens, can you call the roll for the motion to adopt the agenda the calendar is presented?
Yes, sir. Malinowski,
Yes.
Dickerson,
Yes.
McBride,
Yes.
Livingston,
Yes.
Terracio,
Yes.
Walker,
Yes.
Manning,
Abstain.
Myers,
Myers abstain.
Newton.
Yes.
Miss Only, may I reach and abstain?
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you.
Okay, the only other item I have, the Economic Development director has asked that I announce that there are 2 events related to Project Sunshine. Both are on November the 12th. One is a project overview. It's from 4:15 to 4:45 at Nelson Mullins Law Firm. The other is a rooftop cocktail reception with the Project Sunshine executives. That is from 4:45 to 5:45 at Nelson Mullins Law Firm. And both of these items will be placed on the council calendar. And that completes my report.
Thank you.
Mr. Only, Mr. Livingston, may I ask a question?
Yes.
Mr. Only, will there be Zoom access for the presentation?
Yes, ma'am. For the project overview, there will be a Zoom feed available.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Good. Anything else, Ms. Reference your report, Ms. Only?
No, sir. That completes my report.
Thank you. The chair does not have a report. That moves us to item 11, open and close public hearings. The first one is item 12A, an ordinance amending the fiscal year 2021 general fund annual budget by $921,103 to amend the school resource officer's budget. That public hearing is now open. Did anyone sign up to speak to that public hearing, Ms. Holmes?
No, sir.
The public hearing is not closed. That brings us to item 12B, an ordinance amending the fiscal year 2020 school resource officer fund annual budget by $647,103 to account for Richland County Sheriff Department needs. That public hearing is now open. Anyone sign up to speak?
No, sir.
The public hearing is now closed. That brings us to item 12C, an ordinance amending the authorizing consent for annexation to the city of Columbia for 509 plus or minus acreage on SS Candy Lane, which is a portion of tax map number 07208-03-02, a part of the Three Rivers Greenway. That public hearing is now open. Did anyone sign up to speak?
No, sir.
The public hearing is now closed. Item 12D, authorize execution and delivery of a fee in lieu of ad valorem taxes and incentive agreement by and between Richland County, South Carolina, and Project Sunshine to provide for payment of fee in lieu of taxes, authorizing such infrastructure credit, authorizing administrator of a grant approving the transfer of certain real property and other related matters. As long as they didn't want to sign up for comments, reference that item.
No, sir.
Not, the public is now open and closed. I bring us to item 12E for the benefit of Project Sunshine, approving the acquisition and transfer of certain real property located in Richland County and granting of certain easements and other matters related thereof. That public hearing is now open. Anyone sign up to speak?
No, sir.
If not, the public hearing is now closed. That completes our items for open and closed public hearings. That brings us to approval of consent items, which is item 13 on your agenda. The first one is 13A, 20-021 MA. That's regarding 8534 Percival Road, tax map number R226020207.
Mr. Chairman,
Mr. Manny, you recognize.
I move for approval of the consent items 13A, B, C, D, and E.
The motion is
Second.
for approval of consent items A through E, and it was properly second. Any discussion about the motion for consent items A through E?
Yes, sir, Mr. Chair, I'd like to remove,
Mr. Maloney, you recognize.
thank you, sir. I'd like to remove D and E.
You said B or D?
D is in Delta.
D and E. Thank you.
We almost made it.
Anything else reference? But if not, I'll entertain so the motion will be for A, B, and C. Any further discussion? There being none, Mrs. Only, can you call the roll for the motion for approval for items A, B, C, and D on their consent?
Yes, sir. Malinowski,
Yes.
Dickerson,
Yes.
McBride,
Yes.
Livingston,
Yes.
Terracio,
Yes.
Walker,
Yes.
Manning.
Did you get me?
Yes, ma'am. Myers,
Yes, ma'am.
Newton.
Yes.
Motion passes.
Thank you. That brings us to item 13D, Comprehensive Transportation Improvement Plan with the capital improvement project budgets and proposed project for fiscal year 21. Mr. Maloney, like you recognize.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Page 77 of our agenda, the very top two entries, road repair dash design and road repair dash construction. When you add the figures across, the total that I get comes to 500,000, not 1 million on the first one. And on the second line, it comes to 2 million, not 4 million. So unless there's something that's not in here that we've been provided, there's $2.5 million being shown.
Mr. Maloney, I'm gonna ask staff to give you a response to that.
This is,
Discrepancy you think you see there?
yeah, the staff had originally put this together to be a 10-year plan. We realized we could provide repeatability and the pro rata of hitting all, council districts to the pro rata amount in the ordinance in 5 years. So we backed that up to 5 years. I think those totals still reflect a 10-year budget.
So they should be changed to reflect the 5 years, correct?
Yes, sir.
Thank you. With that change, I would move to approve.
With the change as recommended, the motion is for approval. Is there a second?
Second.
It's moving proper second. Any further discussion? This is item 13D.
Mr. Chair.
Mr. Chair.
Ms. Newton, you recognize then, Ms. Myers.
Well, actually, Ms. Myers was first, and I think she's probably going to say what I was going to say. So,
Ms. Myers, you recognize.
I can yield to Ms. Newton. Go ahead, Ms. Newton. I'll yield to you. I can wait.
sure. Thank you, Mr. Chair. And thank you, Mr. Malinowski, for pulling this out of the consent agenda. I guess I just want to revisit with council and revisit with the staff a conversation that we had previously, that I think that it's great that we are operating more strategically as it comes to our roads, our maintenance and repair of roads across the district. The framework that this establishes metrics that are based purely on roads that are paved and allocating resources based on the amount of paved roads that you have. However, for districts that have a large number of unpaved roads, what it means is that those needs are not being addressed with the same level of frequency and the same level of dedication of resources as they are in other areas, despite the fact that we are all paying for those roads. So again, I would ask staff to come to us with plans about how we can address dirt roads, understanding that it is more expensive, understanding that it's problematic and we don't have the budget. I just hate to think that we will create a system that results in a transfer system where we're only taking care of some needs by default, but simply because an area doesn't have a lot of paved roads, that their road needs are not met. Thank you.
Concur.
Any further discussion? I'm Ms. Myers. I think you.
Yes, sir.
You recognize.
Thank you. Ms. Newton absolutely hit on my first concern. It's for that reason, and the second one that I'm going to raise, that I will not be able to vote for this because it is purely a transfer mechanism as the system is currently devised. The second issue that I would raise is this looks at just apportioning money by district. It does not look at apportioning money by condition of the roads. And I raised this before. It seems to me that we ought to be in the best interest of the county, looking at a plan that says we will set aside X amount of money, and that money will go to the worst roads first and then to the other roads. And I just think that this plan, I appreciate why it's drafted this way. I understand that you were looking at the ordinance and the construct thereunder, but I would suggest that this really is not devised, as it's currently put before this council, to do anything more than transfer money to areas where the roads are reasonably good and we can keep them up. And if you haven't gotten your road paved, we don't have a plan for it. And to the extent that you're still paying this mandatory tax, I think it's just patently unfair. So I will not be voting for this, although I think we need a plan. Thank you.
Mr. Chair.
Ms. Dixon, you recognize.
I did tell both Ms. Newton's comments as well as Ms. Myers' comments, because I am duly affected by this in district that I represent, and we, just get beat up on our dirt roads, and we're very much neglected. So I probably will have to join Ms. Myers, and I cannot support it because it does not address those roads that are in very bad need. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Mr. Chair.
Mr.
Mr. Chair, I wonder if staff could address Ms. Myers' second concern, which was about the dollars being apportioned solely based on the size of the district and not based on need. I still have the same concerns that I mentioned about this program before, but is that in fact correct, or is there some adjustment that we don't see that looks at condition first and location second? Thank you.
So I have some staff to respond to that.
This is Director Maloney. We do look at districts for funding, and that it will be put by the amount of roads we have, which there are roads in similar conditions in all the districts. The actual within the district and all the districts, we have pavement condition reports that actually were used to select these roads. So these are the roads that need resurfacing for the budget of $1.45 million for this year. And the better roads getting reconditioning is $850,000, and those districts throughout the county are the roads that have the higher level that will be preserved. But in a higher level page, lower level page number on here, we are augmenting what's also occurring within the penny program, and just have that on here as a list that we could look at, where the penny for this fiscal year is planning to resurface roads and pave dirt roads. And so we looked at the districts that's occurring in, looking at District 1, 11, 10, those various things that they have, various mileages going in. And we're going to keep track of the mileages happening in each district, and augmenting that with what we can with the budget we do have to add additional roads resurfacing to take care of that pro rata. We have a big stake in the long-term maintenance of the dirt roads that the penny is paving, because we will take that maintenance over. And so that's why we list the dirt roads that they're paving on here as well. You're right, the Department of Public Works has a very limited budget as far as then also adding to what the penny's doing with dirt roads. And perhaps we can add, one a year that's a outlier, a challenging drainage issue, that type of thing. But we don't have the kind of funding that would support additional dirt roads beyond this. And I think if you go back 10 years, there was a point when the Public Works Department, before there was a transportation department, put all of its eggs in the basket of trying to pave some dirt roads for $5 million of CTC money, used all that money that they had come in for the year and didn't take care of our maintenance, and found, we only got a tiny chip into, 5 miles of road paved. And that was the dawn of needing, some other source like the penny to take care of dirt road paving. So there had been that experience in the past where we were heavily involved in it, and realized that even our involvement in it with CTC funds and the road maintenance fund were not adequate. And so as time goes on and they do pave these dirt roads, we're going to have to maintain them. And then they will be coming on our rolls for pavement rejuvenation, pavement resurfacing, as well as the new development that's coming into the county.
Mr. Chair.
Oh, sorry.
When Mr.
Ms. Myers, I apologize. Were you through, Ms. Myers?
I wasn't, but the questions that were asked were helpful, and I have one follow-up. It was fine. It was a fine discussion. It was a good discussion. Just to follow up, you said in coming years that once the roads are paved, that we would be responsible to keep them up. For citizens whose primary driving experience is, weighted more heavily to the dirt roads, do you have any idea on what kind of timeline you're talking about?
This is Director Maloney again. It will depend on the commitment in the penny going forward, a future penny. My answer to the question of being very proactive on paving dirt roads was, that it's going to take a substantial amount of, a future penny or this penny continuation, where if this one is 50 million, we're coming up 180 million or so short to pave all the roads. We also have a consent requirement for within the penny program to get, a high percentage of residents that live on the right of way to agree to for the cost of paving the road by the penny to provide right of way. And in areas where it has been done very proactively, it was done under eminent domain powers and, to get all the roads paved. So there's that model or the model we have, which I would say you're looking at a 20-year plan to significantly pave the roads that we have using the model we currently have.
Exactly. I agree with you, Mr. Maloney. And that would mean then that over that 20 years, those people who are paying the road maintenance fee literally are paying to maintain others' roads. Do we have any contemplation of a plan that would give them some sort of holiday from paying that tax until such a time as they realize a benefit from it? Or a weighted measure so that it's weighted more heavily into different areas, rather than everybody paying the same amount of money, whether or not you get the same amount of benefit?
Well, that's a good point. And the higher density, areas where we have paved roads are where the highest revenue would be coming for what we do with the vehicle registration fee. That is all we're using. A good half of our budget is going into the maintaining the gravel roads that are out there with staff and equipment that is keeping dirt roads operating. So I mean we are putting a good amount of our funds in the neighborhood of $3 million a year to maintaining the roads for those residents that have unpaved roads right now.
So there's no plan to sort of look at a better way of apportioning the burden of the cost, because if the density is where you're getting the most revenue that's taking care of those roads, then it won't harm the budget very much if you alleviate the tension on the folks who aren't getting the big benefit, right?
That's fair to say.
I would just ask that we look at some method of giving people relief from paying this tax, because there is a lot of angst with regard to the lack of aggression, and you rightly described it. I appreciate that word. That's a perfect word for it. The lack of aggression in moving forward with paving these dirt roads and the lack of a focus on it, because the promise of the penny for the folks living in these areas was that there would be, you know, a real focus on getting these dirt roads paved. And that is in large part why many of them voted in favor of the first penny. And to the extent that that promise truly has just not been realized, I think we may have paved 40 dirt roads, and they may all add up to about maybe less than 5 miles. Over the course of my tenure, it may be substantially less than that. And I do think that in coming years, I won't be here, but it will be a major issue in discussing the next penny, which was in fact supported heavily by people living in rural areas in Richland County, because they were sold on the idea that Richland County was going to use that money to repair and pave roads that literally have them landlocked when it rains. And, you know, I haven't seen much growth in that over my time on this council, and I think it's a major issue. So I'd ask you to consider some creative mechanisms for fixing that problem. Thank you.
Thank you.
Mr. Chair.
Let me make sure Ms. McBride's hand is not still up, or she has her hand. Ms. McBride, did you need to speak, or you did not take your hand down? Go ahead on while I'm waiting on Ms. McBride and Mrs. I think Dickerson.
Yes, because when I look at District 2, we just took those roads over. And that was a community that we had a lot of issues and problems with that. And for this to be a priority in this district really is very, in my opinion, a little bit insulting, especially to ditto what Ms. Myers said about the perception of people who actually supported that penny. They were really looking at dirt roads. And when I look at this particular subdivision, we just took on a lot of this to help them out because of their previous developer who did not take care of those roads. And so now they just came on our roster, and now they are priorities. So, you know, here or not here, I'm gonna tell you one thing, this is going to be something that I'm going to continue to fight for, because I just think that this is unfair, the way this has been laid out for this particular community to take precedence over all those other roads that really need to be addressed. And this is not, I cannot support this. I'm very sorry. Thank you.
Hey,
Mr. Livingston?
Ms. Myers, you're recognized.
Can I just point out that when we took those roads over, we had this express conversation, and the promise from staff was that we were, when we took these roads over,
right,
that their repair and maintenance was not going to jump ahead of roads that had already been in line, that we would take them into the system, and that the roads that were already ahead of them would remain priorities. And I didn't realize that because, you know, I don't know Ms. Dickerson's roads as well as I know the roads in the areas that I cover, but I do find it quite problematic that we're looking at a plan less than 6 months later that puts those roads right in line as priority roads. And we've got huge road problems all over Richland County with people who have been waiting. I got one citizen who's been waiting 37 years, and her road's nowhere on any of this. So I'm really concerned with that. You all promised us specifically that that would not happen, right, and now it has.
Any further discussion?
I can make a motion to defer this item till we get some better understanding on it.
I second it.
It's a move and proper second for deferral on item 13D. That's not debatable. I'll ask the Ms. Owen to call the roll for the motion for deferral for item 13D.
Malinowski,
No.
Dickerson,
Yes.
McBride,
No.
Livingston,
No.
Terracio,
No.
Walker,
No.
Manning,
No.
Myers,
Yes.
Newton.
Yes.
Motion fails.
Miss Owner, did I get a motion for approval of the staff recommendation for D yet?
Yes, sir, Mr. Chair. I
Yes,
made it after I got the.
I thought it was moved and properly second, and then we were discussing it. That's correct.
It took me-
So that's what's before us now. It's a motion for approval of the
Mr.
staff recommendation. Any further discussion?
Mr. Chair, before we move to the vote on that, can someone on the staff explain how, with that specific guidance, roads that were literally just brought into the Richland County system appear on this list for maintenance with money, that was collected from folks who don't live, who've been waiting forever and ever for their roads? Because we did have this discussion, and the guidance was that those roads would not be leapfrogged over other roads.
They did.
This is Director Maloney, if you wish, Mr. Chair.
Yes, please.
We have 2 out of 5 subdivisions that do have roads that were brought in that are some 15 years old. And if we do not put surface on those roads, they will be requiring higher levels of maintenance, including the binder course that's out there right now. We did make sure it was the lesser amount of the roads that we have for resurfacing. But we have to also be strategic in making sure we're making good decisions as far as if we wait any longer, what's going to happen, to this. The next point is that we're going to take this all to CTC for external funding and then come back to you in February with a new list of roads, sidewalk recommendation, and possibly a dirt road for further approval. And we plan to go to CTC once again with that. So all we can say right now is for $2.3 million that we're asking for in this plan, that we have the funds with the road maintenance fund. So we're not going out and getting approval for things we don't have funds for, but we have a plan to go to the CTC on their December meeting, which they're opening up to us to make this presentation once we do have council approval to gain their funding for this $2.3 million worth of projects.
Mr. Maloney,
Mr. Chair.
of the roads that are on that list, staff represented that they were all up to Richland County standard. You are now saying that some of those roads are in great need of repair. And when we took the roads over, we took them over with the understanding that there was not this need.
Right.
Can you explain how we got here?
When we were talking about that with council, we said we would have those roads to the safety level of county standard. And that meant that in some cases, we would have some work we'd have to do as they came in, whether it's minor potholes or whatnot. There had been no maintenance done on the roads because we didn't have the right of way. We also said that we would not prevent other projects from going forward and just doing all these projects with our budget, and we are not.
I'm sorry. I guess I'm confused. So these are roads that need, you said, just minor repair, pothole repair, or are they on the resurfacing and
there's one subdivision in here. Yeah, there's a subdivision in here that we'll be providing surface course to.
Which one is that?
Just let me get to the right page, ma'am. I believe that is the Blythe Creek subdivision, District 2.
Yeah. Mhm.
So, Mr. Livingston, I'll just conclude my remarks by saying this. I know this seems pedantic to some of my colleagues who don't have this issue, but this is the core issue for probably 70% of the people that I represent. And it is the one issue that I've been trying to get some movement on since I came onto this council. And I do find it really insulting to those constituents that we now have taken in roads literally less than 6 months ago that are getting greater attention than roads that they have been begging to have handled for decades. I do find that stunning, and I would urge my colleagues who live in those areas that don't have roads that are in these conditions to take a drive out through Richland County and try to pass some of these roads on a rainy day. There are children who cannot ride the bus to school, and nobody's riding it now for the most part, but on rainy days, there are 3 bus routes in District 10 that get canceled because the buses can't pass the roads, and we are taking that money and resurfacing roads that we've just gotten onto these lists. I find that almost intolerable. Thank you, sir.
Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Ms. McBride.
Yeah, I am really surprised because I thought that we decided not to take in any new roads for pavement or resurfacing until we completed the old established ones that were in dire need. And so I'm surprised that there are ones that were recently taken in. This really concerns me because I thought through our discussions that we were not doing that.
Mr. Chair, point of order. Ms. McBride.
We have a 612-page agenda, but go ahead.
I can't help it, but I'm saying Miss McBride is absolutely right. And I think that's why I'm so upset about this, because this is the last subdivision that I'm looking at in District 2 that just came in. And this is a gated, basically a community. And we help those people out with those roads to get them in. So now they've jumped to the head of the list. I just think it's just not fair to those people who have been waiting for ages to get their roads paved and resurfaced, or the potholes. I mean, we got potholes all over. I can tell you my district, I have a lot of them. I'm like Ms. Myers and Ms. Newton. And the fact of the matter that this new subdivision just pops in, we just helped them out in the first place. You probably shouldn't have never took them in the first place, but we did. And now they're gonna jump over all of the other existing roads. I just find it appalling. Thank you.
Thank you again. We're on item 13D, and there's no other discussion. Ms. Maloney and Mr. Manning, I'm sorry, I see your hands up.
Yes, his hand.
I think it's Manning first, then Maloney with his hands up. I'm sorry.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I just want to say this is the first I've heard that buses are canceled on school days because of the roads.
Rainy days, Whistletop
Yes, ma'am.
Road. Yes, sir.
Yes, ma'am, I understand. And I'm just saying that somehow or another, it seems like there ought to be, there's got to be some kind of ordinance or state law or something. I mean, we literally have not fixed a road that deprives the children in our county to attend school. I mean, that's
No, they attend, but their parents have to take them.
Well, if you're to be having bus service to school and we don't provide the bus service, then we're not providing what we need to. I'd like staff to look into how we can have conditions that on a rainy day, that a child that utilizes a school bus is not able to get to school because of a condition of a road. I mean, that sounds like 30, 40 years ago stuff to me. And I just...
Some of the roads are that, Mr. Manning. You are absolutely right. And it is shameful.
It is.
Well, again, I'm viewing this a little differently than the road condition. I'm viewing them in terms of children in Richland County not being able to get to school because we are doing whatever all we do as a county, but we don't have the road in a condition for a school bus to pick up a child to take them to school on a day it rains. There just has to be some higher order, in my opinion, to be addressing that. I mean, that's an outrage that our children don't get to go to school in our county in 2020.
Mr. Manning, I appreciate your outrage. It is the outrage I have lived with for the last 4 years when we talk about these roads, because that road, while it is among probably the 5 worst in my district, it is not an isolated case. And I've tried to bring this to the fore and make people realize that this is not a matter of, am I driving around a pothole? It's, am I locked in my house when there's a big rain in the low-lying area of Richland County? And we have lots of roads where that's the case, which is why I find it galling that we are looking at resurfacing roads that just got brought into Richland County when we have these huge needs. So thank you, sir, for being concerned. I appreciate it. I wish that, you know, I've offered people to take a road trip with me and look at some of this. I haven't gotten any
Ms. Myers
takers,
and council
but
members, I'm gonna have
it's a
to
problem.
start honoring council rules. If this is gonna continue, you remember we have a certain amount of times we can speak. I try not to honor that because I think we want to respect everybody. But I think we really need to try to wrap up this issue so we get on the other issues though. Go ahead, Ms. Myers. If you did finish, you go ahead and finish your talk. I just want to say that.
No, sir, feel free to wrap it up.
Mr. Banner, were you through? You had the floor.
I was still speaking on my first time, and I don't believe up to a limit. And so I appreciate that Councilwoman Myers has invited folks to drive around down there. I again apologize that I had not heard before that there were actually students whose buses were canceled for them not to attend school on some roads in our county, and that we didn't have any higher order way to address our children in our county attending the public school.
Thank you. Mr. Malinowski?
No, Mr. Chair, we're wrapping it up. Let's do it.
Any further discussion? All right, if not, what's before us is item 13D. And the motion was for adoption of the staff recommendation. This only, can you call the roll for the motion for 13D?
Yes, sir. Malinowski,
Yes.
Dickerson,
No.
McBride,
No.
Livingston,
Yes.
Terracio, Walker,
My vote is yes, but I think Terracio was trying to vote.
yes, ma'am.
I'm sorry,
I got
did
you.
you-
I did
Okay,
get you,
thank
Ms.
you.
Terracio.
We didn't hear it.
Her
My
vote was
vote
in
is yes.
favor. Manning,
I'd like to defer my vote until after Councilwoman Myers.
Myers,
No,
Newton.
No.
Okay,
Manning
Manning,
is no.
motion fails.
Next, that brings us to item 13E. And government agreement between Richland County, Lexington County, and Town of Irmo for engineering services and infrastructure maintenance. Mr. Malinowski, you recognize.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'm reluctant to bring this one up now. On page 89 of our agenda, we've got more than one IGA in front of us here, and I'm just wondering what pages we're actually approving tonight out of what's in front of us.
Mr. Chair, Clayton Voynier, Community Planning and Development. I believe it is the attachment 3B, which is the most recent version. I'm trying to find the page number. starts on page 126.
Okay, and also it mentions in here on page 89, at the 1 year, it says that maybe it's on page 90, but it did say that, yeah, it's on page 90, about requiring insurance. Where is that in the IGA we're approving?
It is section, I think, let me get to that page, sir. Section 9 on page 131.
Section 9, page 131. Okay, and I had one other thing in here, and I can just generally say that throughout this, I don't want to say throughout, there are places in this IGA where it refers to what Lexington County is going to do with their drainage infrastructure or their CTC funds. And I'm wondering, why are we addressing Lexington County in our IGA? We can only speak for Richland County. So I think any place where Lexington County is mentioned other than where it needs to be, but as far as spending and what they're going to do, I think it needs to be removed from there. And I mean, I'm probably looking at the wrong one here because I was on page 97 where I saw some of that. Maybe it's changed on the other one. But with all these changes and all these pages and not knowing which one we were doing, I wasn't going to read through this whole thing again. So I just asked that if Lexington County is mentioned when it comes to them spending funds and what they should be doing, I'm asking that it be taken out.
Mr. Chair. Mr. Malinowski, you are absolutely correct because it goes on page one. I got a little sticker here on 130 and 131. And I have I have concerns about that as well. I'm not sure how it would be corrected so that it would be IGA that's more pertinent to Richland County versus Lexington County. Thank you.
Based on the fact that there are still some changes needed, then Ms. Dickerson, as you just pointed out, and we would still have to get Irmo to agree to this, then I'm thinking maybe we should defer it, and the next time it comes around, we don't need all of the old strike throughs and what we talked about and what was changed before. We need one copy that shows what's corrected. So I would defer until we get that.
You need a second on that?
Mr. Mountain, is that a motion?
I have a question before that happens.
I'll withhold my deferral.
You recognize.
Mr. Chair, thank you. I guess my question in this would be for legal or perhaps for other staff in terms of Mr. Malinowski's concerns. I guess I'm wondering to what extent the language that they're referring to were standard in our IGAs and to what extent this is outside of the realm of the ordinary.
Ms. Newton, I believe I can address that. The IGA was reviewed by staff in Community Planning and Development and Department of Public Works in conjunction with current IGAs with other municipalities for similar services. And we concluded that there are no significant differences in terms of county responsibilities that would conflict with this IGA. This is a tri-party agreement.
So then based on that, including the information about Lexington would be appropriate?
I believe so,
in terms
yes.
of their responsibilities? Okay, thank you.
And Mr. Chair, this is the Administrator,
Mr.
Matt.
Brown, you recognize?
So yes, sir, just to Mr. Malinowski's point, I certainly understand and took a note in terms of not including all of the additional information. But I wanted to bring it up simply because there have been previous conversations where we have been asked to include what changes were made and where the information came from so that council can see what iterations were made as they were addressing new documentation. So I certainly hear what Mr. Malinowski is saying, and I can appreciate that. I just want to communicate that there has been other conversations where exactly what was included in terms of changes was asked to be put in so that council would not have a document and not know what changes were made and what they were now being asked to do, as opposed to what was previously presented. So I'll take note of what he asked, but I did want to make sure that we can get some consistent clarity on that matter.
Thank you, Mr. Brown. Administrator Brown, I appreciate that response. That's fine with me. The last thing I had was on page 90 where it says fiscal impact. There are costs associated with maintenance of infrastructure. Is this just going to be under the normal costs that the county would handle for the regular unincorporated areas as well?
Go ahead, Mr. Vaughn, I believe is going to answer that question, sir.
Actually, I would have to defer to Director Maloney.
I'm sorry, sir, could you restate that question?
The question had to do with the fiscal impact, where it said that there are costs associated with the maintenance and of the infrastructure. So I was wondering that while there are costs associated, how is it determined that a municipality gets something done versus the unincorporated areas within the county?
It's done equally, sir. When you go back to the packet from the previous item, we did have a listing of the road miles and the attachments to item D, I guess we had previously, showing it's a pretty small amount, but they're also getting charged in agreement by this IGA that their vehicle registration tax is going to the road maintenance fund, the same as a unincorporated area. So they just get put in the pot.
Okay, thank you.
Mr. Chair,
Six, you recognize?
I'd like to direct my question to Mr. Brown. Mr. Brown, are you comfortable with this particular document? If you are, then I can support it. Are you comfortable?
With the indemnification information and the insurance information that's been placed, the answer to your question is yes, ma'am.
Thank you.
Well, Mr. Chair, I move for approval based on.
And I second it.
We're going back to Mr. Malinowski. You move for approval. It's proper second. Okay, further discussion? If not, Ms. Owen, can you call the roll for item 13E, I think?
Yes, sir. Malinowski,
Yes.
Dickerson,
Yes.
McBride,
Yes.
Livingston,
Yes.
Terracio,
Yes.
Walker,
Yes.
Manning,
Yes.
Myers,
No.
Newton.
Yes.
Motion passes.
Thank you.
Does this need to be reconsidered, Mr. Brown?
If you would, Ms. Dickerson, I would appreciate that, ma'am.
Motion to reconsider this item.
Motion for reconsideration, second reconsideration for item 13E. It's moving properly, second reconsideration for item 13E. Ms. Owen, can you call the roll, please, for the motion for reconsideration?
Malinowski,
No.
Dickerson,
No.
McBride,
No.
Livingston,
No.
Terracio,
No.
Walker,
No.
Manning, Myers,
No.
Newton.
No.
Motion fails.
Thank you. That brings us to item 14, which is our third reading items. First one listed is item 14A, an ordinance amending the fiscal year 2021, general fund budget by $921,103 to amend the school resource officer budget. Entertain a motion for item 13A.
Don't move.
It's been moved.
Second.
Moved properly second. In discussion, reference item 14A. Ms. Maloney, you have.
You, Mr.
And then McBride.
Mr. Chair, I have a question on page 133. It says the second reading was October 6th. I did not see this particular item spelled out this way in the October 6th meeting, nor did I see this particular item approved in the October 20th meeting of the minutes for October 6th. I'd like somebody to show me where this comes from, because the October 6th meeting, the figure I saw in there was at $727,497.60. And on page 134, we got a totally different figure. And even in the next item, which covers part of it, it's a totally different figure. And I'd like clarification as to how come I can't find this in the October 6th meeting with these figures.
Mr. Chairman, as a point of clarification, please.
You recognize a point of clarification, Mr.
Thank you. I appreciate Mr. Malinowski's question, especially connecting it to item 14B. So staff gives us an answer. I would like to see those two addressed simultaneously, please.
Okay, what we need from staff is some clarification on A and B. Mr. Brown, who do you, can you help us get someone to clarify that?
Yes, sir. I can start in general, and then I will ask Director Hayes to clarify. During the meeting, and I'll try to be short, during the meeting, there was a question about the amount of funds that were presented in the document that was given to council by Chief Cowan, as opposed to the amount that was communicated by the budget department. And the simple answer is that one was an actual dollar amount, specific financial money, and then the other was a budget amount. So the difference between the two numbers was accounted for by the fact that the budget did not consider the amount that was presented by the chief. And so since you had already approved the budget now had to reflect the new information. So that's why there was a difference between the actual financial dollars that were communicated by Chief Cowan's document and then the ultimate budgetary impact that had to be addressed by Director Hayes based on the fact that the county had already approved a biennium budget. So with that being said, I would ask that Director Hayes continue to address the council at this time.
Yes, just to piggyback off of what Mr. Brown has said, at the beginning of biennium budget 2, council approved a budget for the school resource officer fund of $6,148,303. At that time, the general funds portion was budgeted to be $5,072,000. And then the amount that was budgeted to come from the school districts was $5,072,000. And the general funds portion was $1,075,000. Thus you get $6,148,303. When we had some discussions with Chief Cowan and his staff this past spring, we got a truing up number of what the school district would actually be billed for FY21. So instead of it being our budgeted number of $5,072,000, it would be 4,798,000, which means the general fund portion would have to be higher. So that represented a portion of the increase. In addition to that, Chief Cowan, again, I don't want to speak for him, but he did submit a document to council asking that the school resource officer budget would go from 6.1 million to the 6,795,406 that you all got in the earlier document. So thus the difference between the 6,148,000 and the 6,795,000 represents the $647,000 increase that the sheriff department is asking for school resource officer. But you also have to factor the fact that the general fund portion, which originally was going to be 1,075,000, is now have to go up to 1.9 million. So that means the general fund portion will go up an additional 900-some thousand. So you have some inner working components that had to do with the changes from when the budget was first approved to what the sheriff department is asking for now. So again, just to emphasize what Mr. Brown's saying, you had the truing up of the budget amount from the general fund perspective, but also from the school resource officer perspective, you had a change in the budget. And again, that's why you have two different budget amounts, because this fund is supported by two different aspects: money that comes from the school, plus also what comes from the general fund.
Then why did I not see these figures in the minutes for the October 6th meeting that's referenced?
Mr. Malinowski, I can't answer that question. I did put forth the numbers when it was asked of me.
And with all these numbers that you threw back and forth right now, it would have been nice, at least for me, if all this was explained and put down so we could have looked at it prior to getting to this point right here, Mr. Hayes.
Yeah. Mr. Malinowski, Mr. Chair, if I can maybe recognize briefly, sir.
Can you recognize that, please?
Again, I certainly recognize that, Mr. Malinowski. We did actually have this comment, this process discussed with Chief Cowan present in detail at before council actually approved this item. So again, I recognize what you're saying, and we can provide additional information, and we'll do a better job at that going forward. But this was something that was discussed. Chief Cowan verbalized the information. The similar question that you asked was also asked, and I answered it a similar way to as I just explained it during this meeting.
Mr. Malinowski, you said fluent, then I think it's McBride.
I'm done, Mr. Chair. Go ahead with the others.
McBride, you recognize?
Yes, for clarification, for A and B, 14A and B, does this include the funding for the resource officer for the private school?
Ms. McBride, if I understand your question correctly, you're saying it's a portion of this for a private school? I want to make sure I heard your question correctly.
Private school funding included in both of these.
Well, I don't want to speak for Chief Cowan, but the school resource officer budget does fund District 1, District 2, portion of Lexington and Richland 5, and there is a private school budget aspect. But again, I don't want to speak for Chief Cowan.
Ms. McBride.
Yes, sir.
$9,599 of the requested amount, the additional amount that we've asked for, goes to the private school. So $9,599 goes to assist that program. But again, all of the programs are funding, we're billing 75% of the overall cost of the program, inclusive of the private school.
Okay. Chief Cowan and council, I support the school resource officer budget, but I do not support using public funds for private schools. Philosophically, I don't approve it or support it. Also, there was a legal issue about using public funds, I know at the federal level, for private schools when your governor of South Carolina wanted to take resources from the public schools for COVID-19 for private schools. And there was a legal issue there. So that's my concern with that. But I do support the school resource officers. And I do support, again, philosophically, in the future for us to continue the school resource officers, but to look at funding counselors and social workers in our schools. Thank you. But I don't know about the legal issue with public funds, but I've raised this before.
Ms. McBride, I might want to mention to you as well, note that some of our school resource officers actually have their masters in social work, and they're doing that work in the school systems as well as the other services that they provide. So I just mentioned that as an aside.
That's good, and that's excellent. And I want that plus as we come back forward from other sources with the school districts to look at the school counselors and social workers when we look at their budget. Thank you.
Support. Yes, ma'am.
So I don't know whether my question was answered. Well, Mr. Cowan answered about the 9,000. So that 9,000 is an issue.
Do Ms. McBride.
Yes, sir.
Mr. Manning, you recognize.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Now, the 75% that is that's billed and paid by the private school, that other 25% is because that officer is doing other things as a sworn officer in the county on those weeks during the school year when there is no school and in the summer, if I recall right from when we discussed this on first reading and second reading, and from what Mr. Brown's saying and from what I read in the agenda, there's no new information. This is the same information, discussion, figures from first reading to second reading to where we are tonight at third reading.
That's true, Mr. Manning, but my position stands as it is.
I understand. I understand. Thank you.
Thank you. Any further discussion? What's before us is item 14A.
Mr. Chair, one more clarification from Chief Cowan, please.
You recognize Mr. Myers?
Thank you, sir. Chief, I'm sure you gave this to us before. You probably did. I don't recall what it was. If the schools were billed a little over $5 million initially, why then, in the end, were they only billed at like $4.8 million for that $274,000 difference?
Mr. Malinowski, we projected for the last 5 years what our costs were going to be with the SRO program as we progressed.
It was just a projection then.
And the number, the 5 million that you have was an under projection, not based on our numbers, based on other numbers that were not ours. We provide every spring, we provide what the numbers are going to be for the following school year and through the budget process. And the 5 million that you speak of is not a number that we provided. We've had the same numbers for the last 5 years as we've progressed that we've provided every spring to say, this is what the costs are going to be for the following year. So this 6.7 is what we projected last spring and last fall.
Okay, thank you.
Any further discussion? If not, again, it's item 14A. Ms. Only, did I have a motion for 14A?
Yes, sir.
Any further discussion 14A? If not, and the motion was to adopt the administrative recommendation?
Yes, sir.
Just want to make sure that's clear. I'll ask you to call the roll for item 14A.
Malinowski,
Yes.
Dickerson,
Yes.
McBride,
Or I disagree with the 9,000. I'm not going to let that stop the other money from the school resource officers. Yes.
Livingston,
Yes.
Terracio, Walker,
Yes.
Manning,
Yes.
Myers,
Yes.
Newton.
Yes.
Motion passes.
That brings us to item 14B. Chair, entertain a motion.
So move.
It's moved for, it's a second for 14B. Did I hear second?
Second, sorry, couldn't get it off mute.
It's moving properly second. Any discussion up from 14B? Ms. Only, can you call the roll for 14B?
Yes, sir. Malinowski,
Yes.
Dickerson,
Yes.
McBride,
Yes.
Livingston,
Yes.
Terracio,
No.
Walker,
Yes.
Manning,
Yes.
Myers,
No.
Newton.
Yes.
Motion passes.
Mr.
Thank you.
Chairman, I move for reconsideration of 14A and 14B.
Second.
It's moving properly second reconsideration of 14 A and B. Is only can you call the roll for motion for reconsideration?
Malinowski,
No.
Dickerson,
No.
McBride,
No.
Livingston,
No.
Terracio,
No.
Walker,
No.
Manning,
No.
Myers,
No, ma'am.
Newton.
No.
Motion fails.
Mr.
Bring
Chair.
this item 14C.
Mr. Chair,
Yes, you recognize me.
I have a point of parliamentary inquiry. I understand that these are third reading items, but is there anything that would prevent me from making a motion to approve items 14C through E?
No.
Or do they have to be addressed individually? I move to approve items 14C, D, and E.
Second.
It's moving properly second to approve items 14 C, D, and E. It's a proper second discussion. If not, I'll ask Ms. on the call roll.
Malinowski,
Yes.
Dickerson,
Yes.
McBride,
Yes.
Livingston,
Yes.
Terracio, Walker,
Yes.
Manning, Myers,
Yes.
Newton.
Yes.
Mr. Chair.
Motion passes.
I move for reconsideration. Go ahead, Mr. Walker.
Mr. Chair, I move for reconsideration of the same.
Second.
It's moving proper second reconsideration. Ms. Only can you call the roll for reconsideration for items C, D, and E? Did you said the same? Go ahead.
Malinowski,
No.
Dickerson,
No.
McBride,
No.
Livingston,
No.
Terracio,
No.
Walker,
No.
Manning, Myers,
No, ma'am.
Newton.
No.
Motion fails.
That brings us to item 15 on our agenda, which is report of the Administration and Finance Committee.
Good afternoon. Thank you, Mr. Chair. The first
I
item.
was going to say, and the Honorable George Dixon will give that report. I wasn't finished, but go ahead.
You know how I do. I'm very sorry, but I'm in a moving moment right now. But anyhow, thank you so very much, Mr. Chair. The first item from the Administration and Finance Committee will be 15A, Alvarez Glen Detention Center detainee service. You can find that information on page 253 through 259. The motion, I believe, was to for this item to council with a recommendation to award the contract to GTL for the detainees phone service. at the Alvarez Glen Detention Center and to cap the amount at 10 cents per minute. And that is, I believe, the recommendation from the committee.
Committee's recommendation and discussion. Committee's recommendation. Mr. Maloney, you recognize.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. It's my recollection also, and it's not written here, but in the end, one of the last comments was, but under no circumstances is Richland County to incur any expenses in this.
Yeah, you can modify that, Mr. Malinowski. My notes are under several boxes. I couldn't get to them, so that was my best recollection. Thank you. That's the committee's recommendation.
Ms. Terracio, you recognize.
Thank you. In the same way that Richland County should not incur any expenses, we also do not receive any financial benefit from these phone calls. Is that correct?
That is correct, I believe.
We need to add that.
Point of clarification, Mr.
I don't
Chair.
think that's correct.
Hold on a minute. Point of clarification in order. Go ahead, Mr. Walker.
Yeah, so point of clarification, Mr. Teracio's point and the Madam Chair's response would be a follow-up question of what is not knowing that the county profits as asked at the committee level. What is the county's commission or kickback rate on this contract? I.e., what percentage of the rate does the county get paid as a kickback?
I think it's Mr. Walker on here because, like I said, Mr. Walker, I would like to make sure that Mr. Myers answer this, this question because, like I said, I made notes, but they're in a box. Can't get to them. Tried to today, but I couldn't. But it was my understanding that that we would not incur.
Madam Chair.
Yes, sir, Mr. Myers.
You recognize, Mr.
Sorry. We do currently, the current contract is, I believe is at 16 cent. I was off the pins at 16 cent. And that netted us approximately $500,000 a year. That's
Madam Chair, do I have the floor?
Yeah.
Mr. Myers, approximately when the RFP was put out, what was the requested commission rate to the county in the RFP?
We can go back and negotiate that. Everyone did just to keep it all even, everyone did a commission rate that was at 15 cents per minute.
Yeah.
And as a percentage of the rate, I don't have it in front of me. What was that commission percentage?
That was that rate at someone on the contract that was, what they bid it on.
Yes, sir.
That would have came out to approximately $500,000.
I'm asking specifically for a percentage. It's my understanding that when these RFPs are let, typically the county or the municipality asks for a commission rate as a percentage of the rate charged.
Oh, yes. Okay. That came out at 92%. I'm sorry. I misunderstood what you were saying.
So 92% of the rate charged to the detainee is net profit to the county. Was that true or false?
Yes, sir. Mm-hmm.
Thank you.
What was my answer to that? I forgot, Mr. Walker. Did I say no? I thought.
I have Terracio and Manning.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I would have hoped that this would have been just a pass-through expense. I really can't support, I mean, I don't know if I can't support a contract where we're profiting this much off of folks who need to call their family members and their attorneys and folks. I just can't support this.
You're breaking up, Mr. Terracio.
And I don't know. Sorry.
Yeah, so I really can't support this. I don't know if there is a mechanism in place where there is an agreement where we can just do a pass through. But yeah, this is entirely unpalatable to me.
And the 92%, Ms. Terracio?
I mean, at really any percent.
May I be recognized?
Yes.
Mr. I'll let Mr. Myers respond to that.
Whatever the will of council is, once we go back and negotiate, all we have to do is tell them that we will not charge a commission if that is the desire of council. That's totally up to council to decide. But we would do that during negotiation phase and basically come back to you and tell you that, okay, there will not be a commission and this would be the rate of the phone call. Then the rate of phone calls can be capped at 10 cents per minute. Or it may go lower. I'm not sure. I have to, once we sit down and negotiate.
Okay, thank you. And just one more follow-up question here. So with those funds that we have received from detainees' phone calls, where does that go in the budget?
That goes directly into the general fund.
Into the county's general fund. So it does not go back to benefit improvements in the jail, the detention center or anything like that.
Not directly, no ma'am, it doesn't.
Okay. Then I would, if we have a motion on the floor, then I would move to remove any profit to the county from this agreement.
Mr. Chair, I don't know how to handle that, but you heard her motion. I guess
So that would be a substitute motion. We have a committee motion on the floor, so that'd be a substitute motion.
I second the substitute motion.
Okay, it's a moving proper second that we not charge a fee. That is the motion now before us. I have Manning and McBride and Newton and Maloney and Livingston.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I just want to say that I totally agreed with at least 92% of what Councilwoman Terracio said. I was 100% with her, and then she used that valedictorian word, unpalpable or something. So I'm guessing I'm agreeing with that too, but all the statements she made before the big word, totally agree. Thank you.
Mr. McBride, Maloney, and Livingston.
Okay, I just thank Mr. Walker for bringing the question up again in terms of the percentage so that we can clearly see how we are really taken from the poor, because most of those that are detained are indigent or can't afford to get an attorney to help get them out. The majority, I'm assuming, are indigent. And it's just bewildering that we are actually taking that amount of money from indigent people that are that are detainees. Many are not even guilty. So I am so happy that the county is taking up this issue, and I would definitely vote to support not continuing the 10%, 16 cents. Thank you.
Have again Maloney, Livingston, Newton, and Manning.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Administrator Brown, this 500,000 is not put back into the general fund because of not accepting any type of profit. What does that mean to the county?
So that's a good question. So that's $500,000. If that is the amount that you are now reducing from the general fund. And what I would simply say here is, I understand the sentiment and where you're going. So I'm not going to argue that this is an area that should not be addressed, but there are other areas where we're going to need to find $500,000+ in general. But this is just an example of how we need to go through the budget and look at these items and make allocations where we put our heart and we put our will to affect the community. And that's what I was trying to do with the budget process this year. That's what we're going to do going forward. And this is a good start, but these are going to be tough calls, and things like this are going to have to, we're going to have to find the money on another area to address $500,000 now that Alvarez Glen Detention Center won't have.
Thank you, Administrator Brown. Director Myers, based on Councilwoman McBride's comments that that these funds are being taken from people that aren't even guilty, would you have any idea of the percentage of individuals making these phone calls that actually are the detainees and have been found guilty versus those that have only been charged?
No, sir, I do not have an idea of what that percentage would be.
If it wouldn't be too much trouble, I'd like to see that for the future, because if individuals have been found guilty and are being detained because of their guilt, then I couldn't support this motion. Thank you.
Mr. May I be recognized?
Yes, go ahead. I'm sorry, Mr. Myers. Yes.
So what you're asking me to do is to find the numbers of how many that make phone calls that are guilty.
I'm just trying to get an approximate percentage of the individuals that are detained that are making phone calls versus the amount making them that no longer return to your keeping.
I don't know if I can do it, to be honest with you, but I will try to put forth the effort to see how.
Well, would you have any rough guesstimate on that? Would you say it might be 50-50 or 75-25 because there's more people that are being detained for a longer period of time than are just coming in and not staying and going on their own way?
Well, I wouldn't even want to fathom. I wouldn't even want to try to guess, because normally what you have is over 60 or 70% of our population come in and leave within the first 72 hours. Then that 30 to 35%, maybe a little bit more, end up staying for months or years.
Okay, well, that tells me that somewhere 30 or 40% of the calls would be made by those that are there.
Yes, sir.
Thank you, sir.
The bulk of them will be made by those.
Right. I'm done, Mr. Chair. Thank you.
Hey, Mr. Myers, are there any staff costs or time or equipment, anything associated with the phone calling?
Not really, staff. We monitor the phone calls. That is basically, that spends the bulk of the time, but that comes out of our normal budget.
Okay, thank you. I have Ms. Newton. Ms. McBride, did you need to speak again?
Oh no, I forgot to take my hand down, but don't confuse my my comments with as supporting Mr. Malinowski's part of it. I was just giving.
Ms. Newton, you recognize.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. First, just for my information regarding the budget and this new contract, is that something that would hit this year's budget? When would it affect our bottom line?
Director Hayes, can you answer that, sir?
I'm sorry, go ahead, Ms. Brown.
Where's Mr. Hayes on this item, please?
Chair Livingston, may I be recognized?
Yes, please.
Yeah, so since this is a contractual matter for FY21, any reduction in revenue would be impacted for the current year budget cycle.
Thank you. And then my next question, I think, is for you, Mr. Livingston. I guess I just wanted to clarify your motion. What I heard you say, or the motion rather, was to eliminate the fee, but what I feel like we're actually discussing is eliminating the profit, because there may be fees that we have to pay to provide the service. So I just wanted to clarify that that was the intent of the motion.
I don't know who's the maker of the motion. Mr. Ratio, I think he made the motion.
Mr. Ratio made the secondary motion.
Yeah, she made such a motion.
Okay, it might be when you repeated it, I heard the word fee. So just to clarify.
Yeah, just
point of clarification.
Ratio, what she meant.
Sure, Mr. Chair. The intent of the motion was that any fees, any payments that a detainee would have to make in terms of making a phone call would simply be a pass-through, so that whatever it cost would just simply flow through us, and there would be no profit or loss associated with it.
So, Mr. Ratio, am I understanding you said the $500,000, we would eat that $500,000 that's from the 92%. When we had this meeting, when we had a committee meeting, I don't remember the percentage being raised at that particular time. I only know that we focus on reducing the fee from an astronomical amount down to 10 cents per minute. And that is my recollection without having my notes in front of me. So
yes, Ms. Dickerson, that sounds right to me. It wasn't just in, realizing the extent. It was, if I had to guess what kind of profit we might have made, I might have guessed the inverse, that we might have had 8% profit or something like that. Yeah. So this is just kind of astronomical to me. And so, it's a good thing. It's a good thing we have lots of economic development things to do.
So, Mr. Chair, you have the secondary motion. I don't know whether we have any further discussion on this item.
Well, I had just one question. So, with that motion, the cost to the individual would be just whatever the company charges.
Right.
So you have to pay, but you're just paying what the company charges.
Exactly. Yes, that's exactly the intent of the motion.
Mr. Maloney, I think you raise your hand again.
Yeah, yes, sir, Mr. Chair. Thank you. I guess the detainee is still going to be paying 10 cents a minute. Is that correct, Mr. Terracio?
Well, I would hope not, if we cut out the middleman.
Well, let's say that in other words, you want them to make free phone calls.
No,
I want them to make phone calls at the cost that the cost of the service.
Yeah, that's why I asked my question. Yeah.
That's what I'm not understanding then.
So if the service actually costs 5 cents to deliver, then that should be the cost of the service.
And I'm fine with that. If it costs 5 cents, they pay the 5 cents. But if the county can actually still get some commission from the company for providing that service of 10 cents additional, it's not hurting the detainee because they're paying the cost of the service, and the county's still trying to get some slight commission out of it after the cost of the service is paid for.
But I thought we were talking about the additional amount that the company's already charging. They're taking that away.
Yeah.
But I don't know that we need to take it all away. Okay, thank you.
Mr. Chair, I would really like for Ms. Terracio to clarify this motion before we vote on it, because we've had quite a bit of discussion on it. We noticed that there is a 92%, and we, from the early discussion, we decided that we would move it from 16 to 10% to the detainees. And so Ms. Terracio her motion is to do a pass-through, and I'm thinking Mr. Malinowski is saying that if we do a pass-through, that the detainees doesn't have to pay anything. Is that what I'm really understanding here?
No.
Okay, all right. Clarify for me so we can go on with this motion.
So the motion is to charge the detainees at the price of the service itself.
Okay.
With no additional profit to the county.
And Mr. Chair, there was a second to that motion.
I second it.
Yes, it was moving proper second, yes.
Okay, so Mr. Chair, would you carry the motion for?
Well, just as soon as I make sure I have any more discussion.
Mr. Chair, one last comment I have here, please.
Yes, you recognize.
Thank you, sir. if the detainee pays the cost of the service. Right now, the county, according to Director Myers, is getting a 92% profit. But if the cost of the service is being covered, only the cost of the service, it could reduce the, we'll call it the commission to the county to 50%. And I still don't understand why we don't take that 50% then.
Because the cost of the service would be more, Mr. Malinowski.
I don't believe it will. If we're getting 92%, that means on every dollar, the county's getting 92 cents. And the detainee is paying right now, we'll say the 10 cents.
10 cents.
Okay, so if you reduce that by the 10 cents, that still leaves 82% commission to the county. You can give them free phone. You give them free phone calls.
Let me let Mr. Myers kind of clarify this for us.
It is 92% off the commission rate of 15 cents or what we would have negotiated the rate to be, whether it was 10 cents or 15 cents or 5 cents. But since the county does not want to have any revenue generated from that source, that would be a neutral point. We won't make anything off of it. We will not be in a revenue gain, and that would be to the cost to the vendor.
It doesn't change the amount that the vendor pays. The vendor gets, right?
No, sir, it would not. I would have to find out that cost and come back to council, so you will know exactly what the cost per minute would be.
Mr. Chair.
Mr. Chair.
Mr. Chair, may I make a substitute motion? This is a second substitute motion because I don't know whether we're going to be able to clarify this particular item tonight. If it's not time sensitive, is there any way we can defer this until next week? And hopefully we can have a better clarification on it and know
Let's get that answer first, whether it's time sensitive.
Mr. Myers, is it time?
No, it's not time sensitive. What we're asking is basically how to negotiate to get permission to negotiate.
Well, can we do it next week and give you that information you can have us give you that instructions on next week?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay.
I second the motion for deferral.
Thank you. I have a motion to defer. It's been seconded.
Ms. Dixon,
my hand was up prior to the deferral.
I can't see your hand, Miss McBride.
My hand was up prior to the deferral because we were supposed to.
Hold on a minute, Mrs. Dickerson. You want to hold up on your motion for deferral, so Ms. Myers, go ahead.
Yeah, I certainly will.
I'm sorry,
That's
Mrs.
okay.
McBride.
Ms. McBride.
And deferred. That's all right. I have the opportunity to speak then, so we can go ahead.
Okay, so the motion for deferral is moved and properly second substitute motion. Mrs. Owen, I'm asking you to call the roll for the substitute motion for deferral for this item.
Malinowski,
Yes.
Dickerson,
Yes.
McBride,
Yes.
Livingston,
Yes.
Terracio,
Yes.
Walker,
Yes.
Manning, Myers,
Yes.
Newton.
Yes.
Motion passes.
Thank you. Mr. Chair, the next item on the A&F committee will be item 15B, and that would be Richland County amend the retirement insurance benefit for employees to be granted full insurance benefits to employees who served a total number of cumulative years instead of a total consecutive years for their prospective term for the full retirement. Examples: employees who qualified for full retirement at 25 to 28 to 30 years be granted full retirement benefits based on the total accumulative years served instead of consecutive years. The total years must be with Richland County government. And basically, that motion from coming out of the A&F committee, according to my notes, is that there was a motion A&F for this to the council for recommendation to deny.
You've heard committee's recommendation and discussion. There being no discussion.
Yeah.
Mr. Chair, just to clarify, voting yes in this motion would be voting yes to accept the motion to deny the request. Is that correct?
Correct.
Yes.
Thank you.
Any further discussion? Ms. McBride, you would recognize?
Mr. Chair?
You recognize me.
Thank you. Let me be clear. In terms of the person would have had, we would use the entire amount of time rather than consecutive years. So if I worked 20 years and then I stayed off 2 years and then I came back and worked 5 more, so I had the 25 years, then I could get the retirement. Is that what you're saying? I just want to make sure that I understand. Mr. Brown or Mr. Hannah.
Sure.
Mr. Hannah and Mr. Brown will have to answer that question, because based on our discussion, I don't know whether I could really answer that question to your satisfaction, Ms.
Madam Chair, we can answer the question. Have Mr. Hannah on. Mr. Hannah.
Okay.
Yes. May I have permission to speak, please?
Yes, I'm sorry, Mr. Hannah, please go ahead.
Thank you. The answer to Ms. McBride's question is yes. The motion proposes the county consider the total years of service that an employee works with the county, including any time they may have separated and come back to the county. Yes, thank you.
So currently, as it stands now, I worked 20 and went someplace else work and came back, and I had 25. I couldn't get the 25 years.
Yes, that is correct, Ms. McBride. The current policy that the county passed in 2009, it became effective January 2010, made it for consecutive years. That is correct.
Okay, one more question, follow up, and then I'll be finished. Mr. Hannah, based on your knowledge, the state of South Carolina allows for full retirement using a break-in service?
If you're asking as it relates to PEBA, the retirement system, the answer is yes. If you're asking as it relates to for their retirees health insurance, I cannot answer that question, Ms. McBride. I don't know.
Thank you.
Any further discussion? And again, Mrs. Dickerson, you want to state the committee's recommendation?
The committee's recommendation was to deny.
Thank you. So I'll ask Ms. Owen to call a roll reference to committee's recommendation for denial.
Malinowski,
Yes.
Dickerson,
Yes.
McBride,
No.
Livingston,
Yes.
Terracio,
No.
Walker,
Yes.
Manning,
No.
Myers,
Yes.
Newton.
Yes.
Motion passes.
Thank you. Mr. Chair, the next item from the A&F committee will be item 15C, FY 2021 public service projects. That you'll find that information on page 26 through 35, and I think that was one of the ones I was saying had a little bit of a mix up with the pages. However, on October the 27th, A&F committee forwarded this item to council without a recommendation.
That was for the council without a recommendation. We're talking about item 15C.
Madam Chair, might be.
I'm going to ask staff to speak, Mr. Brown.
Yes, sir, Mr. Chair. If I recall, Madam Chair, the part of that was because the information in the packet that was presented to the committee, the numbers were not consistent. They were not adding up. And the committee asked that this be sent to council without a recommendation until that information was accurate in the packet. I believe in your packet, you have the information accurately reflected. I do have Mr. Warner on the call who can confirm that, but my understanding that was the reason why it was sent to council without approval for recommendation, because the packet was not correct.
Yeah, Mr. Brown, you're absolutely correct. And so that's why I said the pages were a little bit mixed up, but you can find the information that was presented from staff as a correction on these pages. Page 336 up through 350, I think it is. Thank you.
And what was staff recommendation?
Mr. Chair, the staff did recommend approval, and the approvals are correct in your current packet.
Thank you.
Okay.
Mr. Chair.
Entertain the motion for item 15C.
Mr. Chair,
Mr. Walker, you recognize.
I move to approve as recommended.
And I
second
it, Mr. Walker.
And proper second. In discussion. If not, Mrs. Only, can you call the roll for the motion of 15C?
Yes, sir. Malinowski,
Yes.
Dickerson,
Yes.
McBride,
Yes.
Livingston,
Yes.
Terracio,
Yes.
Walker,
Yes.
Manning,
Yes.
Myers,
Yes.
Newton.
Yes.
Motion passes.
Thank you.
Madam Chair,
Yes, sir.
I apologize. Will you please ask for reconsideration, please?
I'll make a motion to reconsider this item.
Second.
It's moving proper second reconsideration. I'll ask Ms. Owens to call the roll for the motion reconsideration.
Mr. Chair.
Ms. Malinowski, is that you?
Yes, sir. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
I'm sorry, I do see your hands up. I apologize. Go ahead.
It's okay. I was going to ask for reconsideration on 15B as in Bravo. Can we put those two together?
I'll second that, Mr. Malinowski.
If there's no objection, we'll put them together. Ms. McBride, you recognize?
I object to putting them together.
All right. So we'll, Ms. Malinowski, we'll do B and come back to C, okay? I already have C on the floor.
We'll come back.
B is already on the floor. I'll come back to C.
Yes, sir.
So it's a moving properly second for reconsideration for D. Ms. Owen, can you call the roll for reconsideration for B?
Yes. Malinowski,
No.
Dickerson,
No.
McBride,
Yes.
Livingston,
No.
Terracio,
I'm sorry, is this C? Just
This
for
is
clarification.
reconsideration D.
D.
For B like boy?
D as in dog.
D is in dog. Okay, no. Thank you.
Walker,
Down to D.
No.
Manning,
Yes.
Myers,
Yes.
Newton.
I abstain because somehow I'm confused about what we're voting on.
Mr. Chair.
Reconsideration for item D.
A B as in boy.
No.
We didn't vote on D yet.
We're going back.
I'm sorry. We're going back to B. I apologize. Thank you.
And Miss Terracio was given the wrong information.
Yeah, this is Mr.
Yes.
Mr. Chair, we're not at D, we're at C.
Yeah, B.
Ms. Only,
As in Bravo.
Yes, sir.
we're looking at B then. I did say D, but it is B.
Yes, sir.
Is the motion for reconsideration. Is that correct for who made the motion for reconsideration?
I did, Mr. Chair Malinowski, for 15B as in boy.
And I second
All right.
the
So
motion.
it is, make sure the record reflect, we're talking about B as in boy. Thank you.
Mhm.
And can you start the roll call over, Ms.
May I ask,
Only?
can I have a discussion?
Well, we'll just reconsider, but go ahead.
Can somebody explain to me the time sensitiveness to this, to not have it wait to be a part of the minutes in the general process for a week from tonight?
I don't believe you need time sensitivity to reconsider anything.
Oh, you're absolutely right, sir. That's just the way we've done it for 12 years that I've been there. Thank you.
In further, if not, just only go ahead and call the roll for the motion of reconsideration for item B.
B.
As in boy.
Yes. Malinowski,
No.
Dickerson,
No.
McBride,
Yes.
Livingston,
No.
Terracio,
Yes.
Walker,
Boy or dog, no.
Manning,
Yes.
Myers,
Yes.
and Newton.
No.
Motion fails.
Thank you. Mr.
Mr.
Chair, that brings me to item 15C.
Yes.
Fiscal year 2021 public service projects, and that information, you will find it on page 326.
Madam
through-
Chair,
Yes,
I apologize for interrupting you. We actually did this
Point of
item,
order.
we were moving to reconsider.
yeah, that's
Yeah, that was,
the one that we need to reconsider as well.
Point of order.
Yes, sir.
Mr. Walker, you recognize the point of order.
Point of order. This motion has been seconded and voted on. I would put a motion on the floor to reconsider.
I think that's
Right, that's where we were, and I told Mr. Malinas I'd come back to it. That's why I got confused. So the motion for item C is for reconsideration. We were ready to vote on it.
and this is on Charlie C.
Correct.
Okay.
So that motion has been moved and properly seconded for reconsideration. Mrs. Only, will you call for roll for reconsideration for item 15C?
Yes, sir. Malinowski,
No.
Dickerson,
No.
McBride,
No.
Livingston,
No.
Terracio,
No.
Walker,
No.
Manning,
No.
Myers,
No.
Newton.
No.
Motion fails.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Item 15D, grant request for community beautification Lake Elizabeth Homeowners Association. That information you'll find on page 336 through 350. I'll mark it out, I believe. Mr. Chair, on October 27, 2020, the A&F committee forwarded this item to council with a recommendation, I believe, to deny. And I can't, like I said, I don't have any other, can't find my notes, so I don't know what else we did, but from what I remember, it was a motion to deny this request.
The committee's recommendation, discussion. Ms. McBride?
Yeah, I can't understand why this is, item D is coming, 15D is coming before us.
Mr. Chair, John Thompson, may I speak, sir?
Yes, Mr. Thompson, you recognize.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Councilwoman McBride, this request came to staff, and so staff just followed the protocol to bring the request to this body for consideration by way of the A&F committee.
Well, whenever you make a request for discretionary funding, it goes through the clerk.
My understanding, it went to the clerk's office as well. I understand this homeowner association actually had a chance to talk to the clerk's office, also spoke to our budget and grants folks, and it also came to us. And so again, this is the way we followed the protocol to send it to A&L.
Okay,
And
the
not to the full
council
body.
person sent this request. Normally it goes to the clerk.
Yes,
If we
ma'am.
look at issues, I guess she would have discussed it with legal when legal didn't have any issues with it. So I'm still very confused about why we're here discussing this request. Thank you.
And I think that's during our discussion, Miss McBride, we were discussing this, and I think this is why we made a motion to deny this request, because it did not go through the regular I don't believe the protocol through the council, and then it be put on by I just think it was out of our normal context of how this particular item. I think that's why we denied the request.
Mr. Chair. Oh.
It's Mount, I'm sorry, I need to pay attention. Mount Austin didn't need, that's all.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I agree with Councilman McBride. I don't know why it even went to A&F and is now here, when a statement in the information under fiscal impact says that based on the grants management and finance departments, this is not an acceptable use of discretionary funds. So if we have rules and requirements and it's not within those rules or requirements, those departments just need to tell the people, no, you don't need to come to us. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
The motion is to deny. So
You recognize.
Mr. Malinowski made my point. Thank you.
Now, Mr. Chair.
Ms. McBride, you recognize.
Yeah. Now, on page, where is that letter from saying that it's from legal? I must have read it wrong. Could someone help me find the letter from legal saying that it was not?
If I can address that, Mr. Chair.
You go ahead while we're looking for it.
I put it out.
337 under the fiscal impact. It wasn't from legal, it was from the grants management.
Fund.
Well, see, this is not a grant.
Well, they just said it's not acceptable use of discretionary funds.
But they're talking about grant discretionary funds. This was coming out of a discretionary account, which where's the letter from legal? This is a big package, and I read something from legal.
Well, that'd be on page 3.
On page 339.
Yes.
There's nothing legally objectable associated with this motion. See, we're looking at two different issues. One, it shouldn't have gone to grants because it's not a discretionary grant. And I'm just trying to get proper protocol in place, one way or the other. I want to make sure we're following the proper protocol with it.
Now, just for clarification, now these are funds that are coming from a council member discretionary account?
Yes, sir. That's my understanding.
Right, and so that's not from the discretionary committee of the county?
No, and it's not from any grant funding.
Yeah, no, we've never had a discretionary.
I think, Mr. Chair, that's what we should have discussed.
Just for clarification, we've never had a council member discretionary grant to come. I'm not saying whether it should or whatever, but we've never had one to come before council, as I can recall.
That's what I believe during the discussion. I don't know whether we looked at this to that particular, from that particular point of view, because every discretionary fund, the council send that motion to the clerk. And so here, we did not have a council member associate with this particular request. So where the funds are coming from, that was not discussed, or where the funds were going to be coming from. So I think with the small discussion that we had on this item, we decided to deny it. So it would have to go through a different protocol in order for it to be granted. That's the way I see it.
And that's the reason for the denial, because you properly put through the committee process.
Yes, sir. Yes, ma'am. So the motion is to deny it. If they want, they have to go through the proper procedures through a council member whose district it's in, and they need to make the request.
And one more thing, Mr. Chair.
All right. Then I have Ms. Newton, but go ahead, Ms. McBride.
The request came from a council member, I think, through a council member. So they just have to take it back through that process. Some kind of way staff forwarded to us, which they should not have done.
Correct. I think Ms. Newton had a question, Mr. Chair. I can't see.
Yeah, I said Ms. Newton when Ms. McBride finished. Ms. Newton, you recognize.
Thank you. I presumed that this would happen, but I guess I just wanted to say that wherever this process goes, I want to make sure that it goes through the appropriate channels and through legal, because reading this memorandum here from legal that's dated April 23rd, 2012, it doesn't seem to directly address this issue. So I won't belabor this point anymore, but there's a lot about this that concerns me.
Okay. Mr. Chair, you may carry the motion.
Mr. Mann and Ms. Malinowski.
Oh, like I said, I can't see anyone's hand, so I don't know.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I think if it's appropriate, I'm going to make a motion that we table this, because if the discussion is it should have gone another way, if we vote to deny it and they try to do it the other way, then we as council are going to have on record that we denied it as a council. So I don't know if somebody tries to take it back the way it should have gone in the first place, whether they'd be able to do that if it's already been to council and denied. So as a technical way for it to have the opportunity to go the way it apparently should have instead of the wrong way, I move that we table this indefinitely.
I second.
It's moved and proper second to table this matter.
Mr. Chair, with the table, that means it can be brought back out of the committee without a few.
By council members.
Okay, yeah, okay.
Mr. Malinowski, did you need to speak?
Yes, sir, Mr. Chair. Thank you. I believe the answer was given to us in the letter from legal. We're on page 340 of our agenda. It says categories of non-allowed expenses. And the second paragraph, the second bullet point in there says using public funds for a private purpose or you can't do. So it's right there saying this was a private purpose request and you can't use public funds for it. So to me, it's kind of cut and dry. We just need to deny it. It's against the law to do it.
Oh. Thank you, Mr. Malinowski. I guess I was saying I didn't see where the letter from the attorney supported the use of those funds, but thank you.
Thank you. Any further discussion? Motions to table. Is Orton Colorado?
We're voting on the being tabled now, Mr. Chair?
Yes, motion to table. Ms. Only?
Yes, sir. Malinowski,
No.
Dickerson,
Yes, I go and table it.
McBride,
Yes.
Livingston,
Yes.
Terracio,
Yes.
Walker,
No.
Manning,
Yes.
Myers,
No.
Newton.
No.
Motion passes.
Well, thank you so very much. And Mr. Chair, that concludes the A&F Committee's report. Thank you.
Thank you very much. That leads us to the Economic Development Report. Livingston, item 16A, authorizing a 10-year extension of the terms of certain existing fee in lieu of ad valorem taxes agreement, committing to negotiate a new fee in lieu of ad valorem taxes agreement between Richland County project offer, identifying the project and other matters related thereof. That information is on page 357, 359 in your packet, and the committee's recommendation was for approval. Discussion. If not, I'll ask Ms. Coro for item 16A.
Malinowski,
Yes.
Dickerson,
Yes.
McBride,
Yes.
Livingston,
Yes.
Terracio,
Yes.
Walker,
Yes.
Manning,
Yes.
Myers, Newton.
Yes.
Motion passes.
16B, authorize the execution and delivery of fee in lieu of ad valorem taxes agreement by and between Richland County, South Carolina, and project offer to provide for payment of fee in lieu of taxes, other related matters. That is for first reading related to the item we just covered. So the committee's recommendation was for approval. Is there any discussion? If there's no discussion, Ms. Owen, can you call the roll for the vote for item 16B?
Malinowski,
Yes.
Dickerson,
Yes.
McBride,
Yes.
Livingston,
Yes.
Terracio,
Yes.
Walker,
Yes.
Manning,
Yes.
Myers,
Yes, ma'am.
Newton.
Yes.
Motion passes.
Thank you. That brings us to item 16C, committing to negotiate a fee in lieu of ad valorem taxes agreement between Richland County and Project Getty, identifying the project and other matters related thereof. That's on pages 392 and 93. Committee's recommendation for approval. Any discussion? If not, Ms. Owen can call the roll for the recommendation for 16C.
Malinowski,
Yes.
Dickerson,
Yes.
McBride,
Yes.
Livingston,
Yes.
Terracio,
Yes.
Walker,
Yes.
Manning,
Yes.
Myers,
Yes, ma'am.
Newton.
Yes.
Motion passes.
Thank you. Thank you. And related to item D is item C is item D, authorize the execution and delivery of a fee in lieu of ad valorem taxes and infrastructure credit by and between Richland County, South Carolina, and Project Getty to provide for payments of fee in lieu of taxes, authorizing certain infrastructure credits and other related matters. This is the first reading item. The committee's recommendation was for approval. Is there any discussion? Not, Ms. Owen, can you call the roll for the recommendation for item 16A? D, I'm sorry.
Malinowski,
Yes.
Dickerson,
Yes.
McBride,
Yes.
Livingston,
Yes.
Terracio,
Yes.
Walker,
Yes.
Manning,
Yes.
Myers,
Yep.
Newton.
Yes.
Motion passes.
Thank you. That brings us to item 16E, authorize the expansion of the boundaries of I-77 Quarter Reed Industrial Park jointly developed with Fairfield County to include certain property located in Richland County, the execution and delivery of an infrastructure credit agreement to provide for infrastructure credit for Able Oaks Housing Association, LP, and other related matters. This is the first reading item. The committee recommendation was approval. I'm not sure whether it was unanimous or not, but it was approval.
It was not unanimous.
So the committee's recommendation is for approval. Discussion.
Mr. Chair,
Ms. Mike, I'm sorry, Ms. McBride, you recognize.
Yes, I'm going to recommend approval with the knowledge that we have talked with the community residents who had concerns, and we've talked with the city as well as to the buyers or the company. And we worked out some pretty good agreements so far. And I think that even though I disagree with any 40-year plan, we had no alternative in this case. So I recommend that. The staff approve this, council approve this.
Okay, so committee's recommendations for approval. Any further discussion? Mr. Malinowski and Ms. Newton.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. It shows that we have an Exhibit A that identifies the property. Exhibit A is a blank sheet. I would like to see that provided to us by the next reading. Also, in the Article 2, page 436, Section 2.2, letter C, as in Charlie, it opens up by saying this agreement and infrastructure credits provided by this agreement are limited obligations of the county. It goes on to say that we don't have any responsibility in here. I'd kind of like to know, not kind of, I would like to know exactly how we are obligated. What are the limited obligations of the county?
Mr. Malinowski, this is Jeff Rubel. I think Emily Luther's on the call with us, and she can address probably both of those items.
Okay.
As to the first, we'll be sure to provide the exhibit at the next meeting. Typically, the projects, when they are being purchased, receive new surveys. And so we like to include the vesting legal description or the most up-to-date legal description in the agreements. So we'll be sure to coordinate with the investor on putting that in the next turn of the agreement. As for the limited obligation language, the reason that is included in the credit agreement is under the constitutional provisions applicable to county debt. We want to make clear that the receipt of credits is not construed as an obligation to pay ongoing obligations or to pay anything to the investor, but rather to clarify that it is a credit against their property tax payments and not a payment obligation by the county, in order to clearly separate it from the constitutional debt limits that are on the county.
If you can run that by me one more time in maybe some different words, I really didn't follow you as to how it becomes a limited obligation on the county.
It's limited to the extent that the county receives tax payments from the investor under the infrastructure credit agreement. The credits that are given by the county under the infrastructure credit agreement are limited only to the extent they receive tax payments. If there are no tax payments received, then the county does not have any obligation to pay a credit or pay anything from its general fund to the taxpayer.
Thank you very much.
Ms. Newton. Thank you, Ms. Manas.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Just a quick question, and thank you, Ms. McBride, for giving that additional information. That was helpful. I'm just curious to what extent arrangements like this, where my understanding is that this is an already existing development, how common is it that the county approves agreements like this?
Ms. Newton, this is Jeff Rubel. It's not common. It's come up 2 or 3 times. And the reason it's come up is because of federal law. So the federal law changed to require HUD loan recipients to be for profit. So whereas in the past, all these low income housing, that was essentially all held by nonprofits and was not taxed. Because of this requirement by the federal government, the change, it makes these entities taxable. They're looking for a solution. So they're saying, hey, we can't afford to pay these taxes, or we can't afford to buy this property and improve it. So they're looking for a solution, and that's how they came to economic development. They want us to use economic development tools to solve that problem. We hope this is a short-term solution. We hope that the state addresses this. But in the meantime, we've had 2 or 3 of these pop up, and we tried to deal with them as best we can.
And just to add one thing to that too, they do not currently pay tax. They're not currently taxed in terms of the property. I have McBride.
Mr. Livingston, I'm sorry. Do I still have the floor?
I thought you still apologize. Go ahead.
No, I guess I would just add, and this is for staff and also for council, if I'm understanding Mr. Rule correctly, that this is a problem that hasn't come up a lot, but the law has recently changed. If it's going to come up more frequently, I would love for us to have a proactive way that we're going to address this so that should it come before us again, it's not necessarily a one-off solution. Thank you.
Thank you. I have McBride and Terracio. Maloney, did you want to speak again too?
Mr. Chair, I wait till last.
I did, but I think other people had their hands up first, so go ahead.
Yeah, I have McBride and Terracio.
Mr. Terracio has Mr. Chair, I will wait till last.
Okay.
Thank you.
Ms. Terracio?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I think that what I needed to hear got covered.
Thank you. Mr. Maloney?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. There was one more thing I had marked here on page 35 of our agenda. The very top line, it said about the project for the purpose of assisting in paying the costs of certain infrastructure. And I did not see any infrastructure described in here. Can somebody tell us what infrastructure we're actually paying for or requiring to be done?
Mr. Malinowski, I'll defer to Ms. Luther on that, but I think that's pretty standard language as part of the special source infrastructure credit. Emily?
It may be standard, but I'd like to know what's the infrastructure.
Yes, sir. So under the state law that permits the county to grant the infrastructure credits, infrastructure is broadly defined as real or personal property that supports the project. So the project is making investments at the facility, improvements to the facilities that are already on the property, also some additional landscaping and grounds work. And so under the definition of infrastructure under state law, those improvements qualify as infrastructure. Additionally, in the county's commercial development policy, which we refer to in developing this agreement, affordable housing is considered infrastructure under that development policy.
Okay, and is there any minimum investment required by the requestor?
I believe the investor is making $6 million worth of improvements at the facility.
But is that what's required? I'm asking, what's the minimum required?
It's the $6 million amount. There was no other minimum required or requested by the committee or staff when working with this company. The provision of affordable housing was deemed the investment that they wanted to incentivize.
Thank you.
Who was next? Terracio McBride.
McBride.
McBride, go ahead.
Mr. Chair, I just want for the council to know that this was a very difficult decision for me to agree with because of past issues with other property. And I do agree wholeheartedly with Ms. Newman that we need to look at our way because of the process, the way this particular initiative was processed. It's sort of questionable how it happened. So we do need to look at a new procedure. And it was well vetted by the attorney. So even though I don't fully agree with it because I do have concerns. I think that this is the best we can do for the citizens that are currently residing in this area.
Ms. Terracio? Anyone else?
Thank you.
Go ahead, Ms. Terracio, go ahead.
I just, hopefully this is very quick. I just had a question about the transition to the requirement that it be a for-profit entity that holds these. How long has that been in place?
The nonprofit.
So yeah, my understanding is that they used to be nonprofits and then HUD had a requirement that they be for-profit. Did I get it wrong?
Yeah.
Again, I'm going to
No. Go ahead.
This is nonprofit, is that not right, Mr. Rubel?
Yes, ma'am. And it was a change in federal law. And I think Emily Luther and Parker Poe deal with a lot of these lenders. So she might be able to add some insight on that.
Sure. So the partnership entity that is making the investments in the property, a portion of the sources of funding that they are utilizing is low-income housing tax credit equity, which is tax credits that are provided under the Federal Internal Revenue Code. Nonprofit organizations, because they don't pay federal taxes, do not receive any benefit from the low-income housing tax credits. So they partner with for-profit entities that will invest in the partnership and purchase the tax credits for an upfront equity payment in order to fund a portion of the improvements. And so that is the reason why a lot of the investors in affordable housing nowadays are for-profit entities, so that those low-income housing tax credits can be monetized. Under South Carolina state law, there is a statutory property tax abatement for nonprofit housing entities that own affordable housing. But that state statute and then also the federal statute, which incentivizes investment into affordable housing, just are a little bit mismatched. And I think Mr. Rubel alluded to the state legislature is trying to marry up the state law, which provides those abatements, to the federal tax code realities a little bit better, so that hopefully, as he mentioned, these projects won't need the tools of economic development to reap the benefits of that statutory abatement that's already in place.
Thank you. Ms. McBride.
Thank you.
I'm sorry. I didn't. Okay.
Yeah, I think this is just going to be just another creative way to help us with affordable housing also. Any further discussion? The motion before us is for approval of the committee's recommendation. Ms. Only, can you call the roll for the motion?
Malinowski. Dickerson.
I'm going to abstain because I don't have enough information.
McBride.
Yes.
Livingston.
Yes.
Terracio. Terracio. Walker.
Yes.
Manning.
Yes.
Myers.
Yes.
Newton.
Yes.
Motion passes.
Ms. Only, I didn't give you a vote there. You can put me down as a yes vote.
Yes, sir. The motion passes.
Thank you. That brings us to item 16F, approve the transfer of certain real property located in Richland County and granting of certain options and other matters related thereof. And you find that on pages 450 through 467. Committee's recommendation was approval. Any discussion? If not, I'll ask Ms. Owen Caldwell for that.
Malinowski,
And this is the first reading item.
Yes.
Dickerson,
Yes.
McBride,
Yes.
Livingston,
Yes.
Terracio, Walker,
Yes.
Manning,
Yes.
Myers,
Yes.
Newton.
Yes.
Motion passes.
Thank you. That brings us to item 17, report of the Rules and Appointments Committee. The Honorable Bill Malinowski.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. We have one item on the agenda as a notification of appointments for the Central Midlands Regional Transit Authority. After a couple days of interviews, the committee recommends to appoint, just for clarification also, number 7 on your agenda of the list of folks that applied, Valerie Aiken withdrew her application. After that withdrawal and interviews, the committee recommends to appoint Mr. Christopher Lawson, number 5.
You've heard the committee's recommendation and discussion.
For clarification, Mr. Chair, a point
Yes.
of, if I wanted to recommend someone else, I would just make a motion to recommend the person.
Yes.
Okay. Thank you.
Any further discussion from the committee's recommendation? It's up to motion, anything of that nature? If not, I'll ask the Ms. Owen to call the roll for the committee's recommendation for Christopher Lawson.
Malinowski,
Yes.
Dickerson,
Yes.
McBride,
Yes.
Livingston,
No.
Terracio, Walker,
Yes.
Manning,
Abstain.
Myers,
Yes.
Newton.
Yes.
Motion passes.
Thank you.
Mr. Chair.
Concludes my report, Mr. Chair.
I'm sorry, let me see what Ms. Dickerson's question is.
Mr. Chair, as long as I've been here, I don't know whether we've ever made a motion to reconsider an appointment, but is there a way I can make a motion because of the nature of this particular appointment and it really needs to go forward? Would I be out of order to make a motion to reconsider this item?
No, you can't make a motion to consider this item.
I'll make a motion to reconsider this item.
I'll second it.
Moving proper second, reconsider the previous motion 17, 1A. I'll ask Ms. Owen to call the roll for the motion reconsideration.
Malinowski,
No.
Dickerson,
No.
McBride? No.
Livingston,
No.
Terracio,
No, and I believe that my vote to appoint Mr. Lawson was not recorded as a yes. So can that also be recorded as a yes?
yes, ma'am.
Okay, thank you.
Walker,
No.
Manning, Myers,
No.
Newton.
No.
Motion fails.
Thank you. That brings us, Mr. Malinowski, that completes your report.
Sir, that concludes my report.
Thank you. Brings item 18, report of the Transportation Ad Hoc Committee. Mr. Manning. The Honorable Jim Manning.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you to the members of the committee that worked hard and the staff for the ad hoc committee to bring us to tonight. Item 18A, Transportation Department budget transfers. You'll find that on pages 487 through 515. Mr. Chairman, as the chair of that hot committee, if you'll allow me to divide that question. And the reason is that the approval of the budget transfers shown attachment 1, the motion failed with a 2-2 vote. However, and then that went as to send to council with no recommendation, as we ended up discussing after that. But then there was also a motion in the committee that the committee unanimously recommends approval to authorize the necessary budget transfers to allow the Spears Creek Church Road widening project to move forward. And that was unanimous in 4 yay and 0 nay. So if you'll allow me, I'd like to divide that item into the 2 parts and first bring to the council motion that came unanimously out of the committee for approval to authorize necessary budget transfers for the Spears Creek Church Road widening project to move forward. That's motion from the committee.
You heard that motion from the committee reference Spears Creek and budget transfer. Discussion. Ms. Newton.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And this question may be for staff, or Mr. Manning may be able to answer it. And they are both general questions. So the first question is just to confirm that these budget transfers that will facilitate these projects are for the de-scoped projects that council approved. Is that correct?
I'll let staff address that. Mr.
Mr.
Niemeyer.
Chair, Mike Niemeyer, if I could be recognized.
Yes, please go ahead, Mr. Niemeyer.
That's correct, Ms. Newton. These are the projects that were in the D-scope.
Okay, thank you. I figured, but just wanted to confirm. And then my second question, which I have asked before, and I will remember the answer this time. Presuming that these budget transfers are approved as part of the process, there's a reconciliation at some point where you go back and then return, for lack of a better word, you return the dollars to the original budget that you transferred them from. And can you just remind me again when or how frequently that reconciliation happens?
Yes, Ms. Newton.
Or I can clarify my question.
Yeah, it's not like we're I guess at the end of the day, each new budget year, each project can be reconciled. So the money that we're transferring now isn't going to be used. And next year, if that project is intended to move forward, the budget will be submitted for those particular projects and approved by council.
Okay, so the intent right now is that this is happening annually.
Yes, ma'am.
But presumably, if there was a project in one of these buckets that you removed from funds from that fortuitously was able to move forward faster, at that point, would you come back to council for an additional transfer so that that project could continue?
Yes, ma'am, we would. In this case, these are projects that we're not moving forward with at the moment in this particular year. So I would not request money out of a project that needed it for that particular fiscal year.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Any further discussion? Again, this is separated out. We're just talking about Spears Creek right now. It's what the motion is. Any further discussion? If not, I'd like to ask Ms. Sullivan to go ahead and call the roll for the motion for the budget transfer from Spears Creek.
Malinowski,
Yes.
Dickerson,
Yes.
McBride,
Yes.
Livingston,
Yes.
Terracio,
Yes.
Walker,
Yes.
Manning,
Yes.
Myers, Newton.
Yes.
Yes.
Motion passes.
Mr. Chairman, I
Thank you.
move for reconsideration.
Motion reconsideration is second.
Second.
Moving proper second for reconsideration. Ms. Only can call it for reconsideration.
Malinowski,
No.
Dickerson,
No.
McBride,
No.
Livingston,
No.
Terracio,
No.
Walker,
No.
Manning,
No.
Myers,
Yes.
Newton.
No.
Motion fails.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So still on 18A, the staff recommendation to the ad hoc committee was approval for the budget transfers as shown in attachment 1. Attachment 1 is found on page 489 of 612 of your packet. And that has been sent to council from the committee without recommendation.
Okay, well, the chair entertain a motion reference that packet.
Mr. Chairman, I move to accept the staff recommendation.
The motion is to accept the staff recommendation. Is there a second? I'll second the motion. It's moving properly second. Discussion.
Mr. Chair.
Ms. Newton and then Ms. Maloney.
Thank you. Based on the answer to my previous question, this question is also for staff. Looking at the requested transfers, there are transfers requested from Broad River and Shop Road to these other roads. And my question would be, why is the Shop Road extension on hold?
Chair, may I be recognized?
Yes, please, Mr. Newton.
Michael Meyer, Director of Transportation. That particular project, Ms. Newton, is Shop Road widening. It's not Shop Road extension. Those are two separate projects.
Thank you. I guess the way that I understood your answer to my previous question is that anytime you were transferring money from one bucket or account to another account, it meant that you were transferring funds from a project that was not going to be worked on for a year. And so it says here that funds are being transferred from both the Shop Road widening and Shop Road extension. And so then my question to you would be, is it correct that these projects are on hold? And if so, I was just inquiring as to why.
Oh, I'm sorry, Ms. Newton, I misunderstood. Yeah, that's correct. Shop Road widening is a separate project than Shop Road extension. In this case, the money for Shop Road extension is coming out of the construction code for it and not a design or right of way. So the money that is within design and right of way, which would be the first funding that would be necessary, is still intact. We just don't need the construction funding this particular year.
Thank
you.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Question I have is on page 505 of our agenda. Somebody took the time to highlight a little more than halfway down about department transfers of funds between projects. And in there, it has a figure saying the transportation department has the ability to transfer up to $100,000. Yet several of these projects on page 489 are having well in excess of 100,000 transferred. Could somebody explain that, please?
May I be recognized again?
Yes, please.
That's correct. The Transportation Department was authorized by council to transfer money between projects up to $100,000 without coming back for council approval. That those transfers would be briefed to the Transportation Committee quarterly, any amount over $100,000, we're required to come back to council for such approval.
Well, that really has no bearing on what we're doing here then. Is that correct?
Yes, sir. That's why we're doing it here.
Okay, thank you. I don't know why somebody highlighted it then. Put it in there.
Mr. Malinowski?
Yes, sir, I'm through. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Okay. Again, the motion before us is for approval of committees, I'm sorry, the staff recommendation for item 18A. Ms. Owen, can you call the roll for the motion for approval of staff recommendation?
Yes, sir. Malinowski,
No.
Dickerson,
Yes.
McBride,
Yes.
Livingston,
Yes.
Terracio,
Yes.
Walker,
Yes.
Manning,
Yes.
Myers,
No.
Newton.
Yes.
Motion passes.
Mr. Chairman, I move for reconsideration.
Motion of reconsideration for item 18A. Is there second reconsideration?
Second.
Moving proper second for reconsideration. Ms. Owen, can you call the roll for reconsideration? Item 18A.
Malinowski,
Yes.
Dickerson,
No.
McBride,
No.
Livingston,
No.
Terracio,
No.
Walker,
No.
Manning,
No.
Myers,
Yes.
Newton.
No.
Motion fails.
Thank you, Mr. Manning.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. That takes us to item 18B. That references on pages 516 through 578 in your in your packet. This is the Spears Creek Church Road widening design service order. And the committee unanimously recommends approval of the staff's recommendation for Holt Service Order 19 for the Spears Creek Road widening project.
You heard the committee's recommendation. Discussion.
Now, which one are we doing here? I thought you
This
said
is item 18B, Spears Creek Church Road widening design service order.
you thought we did that first.
No, that wasn't the service order. No, that was the transfer.
No, sir, that was about the budget transfer for this Spears Creek Church Road. Now we're to the service order for the design.
Okay.
Any further discussion to reference item motion regarding item 18B? If not, the committee's recommendations for approval. I'll ask Ms. Owen to call the roll.
Malinowski,
Yes.
Dickerson,
Yes.
McBride,
Yes.
Livingston,
Yes.
Terracio,
Yes.
Walker,
No.
Manning,
Yes.
Myers,
Yes.
Newton.
Yes.
Motion passes.
Mr. Chairman, I move for reconsideration to allow the service order to be issued.
You heard motion reconsideration as a second.
Second.
Moving properly second reconsideration motion. Ms. Owen, can you call the roll for the motion for reconsideration for item 18B?
Malinowski,
No.
Dickerson,
No.
McBride,
No.
Livingston,
No.
Terracio,
No.
Walker,
Yes.
Manning,
No.
Myers,
No.
Newton.
No.
Motion fails.
Thank you. Mr. Manning.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. That takes us to item 18C, Transport Organization. You find that on pages 579 through 581. The staff recommendation of the committee was approval of the action desired by the committee on the organization of the Transportation Department. The motion from the committee recommendation to council is the committee unanimously recommends to approve the organization as presented by staff, but have legal clarify and bring changes to the ordinance that requires council to approve a department's organization. And that was a unanimous recommendation from the committee.
You've heard the committee's recommendation. Discussion.
Mr. Livingston.
Mr. Smith, you recognize. Again, Mr. Newman.
Okay, I thought that Mr. Manning said that there was an ordinance which required council to approve a department's organization.
That's what I said because that's what we were told.
Mr. Newman, you want to speak to that or what? I see you had your hand.
Thank you, Mr. Livingston. Subsequent to that vote, it was clarified that there absolutely is no ordinance that requires council to approve any department's organization. The belief was that it was a practice as it was done for the whole of the county back in 2017, 2018. However, in this case, since council did approve an organization for the transportation department in March of 2019, when it voted to approve the transition plan and move the program within the county, it was believed to be appropriate to bring this matter back before council to approve an organization for the transportation department.
Mr. Chairman, since this is breaking news to me as the chair of the committee at this very moment, I would move that we send this back to the committee, please.
I'll second that.
It's moving properly second, send this matter back to the committee. That's a substitute motion to the committee's motion, to the committee's recommendation. Any discussion reference the substitute motion? We send this back to committee. If not, I'll ask the Mr. Nehemiah, you need to say anything else before in clarification? Anything?
Sorry, Mr. Chairman, I missed that.
Yeah, I see your hand was still up. I just wonder whether you needed to say something in reference to the motion here.
No, Chairman.
All right, thank you. Any other discussion regarding the motion to refer this back to committee? If not, Ms. Owen, can you call the roll for the motion to refer this item back, substitute motion to refer this item back to the committee?
Malinowski,
Yes.
Dickerson,
Yes.
McBride,
Yes.
Livingston,
Yes.
Terracio,
Yes.
Walker,
Yes.
Manning,
Yes.
Myers,
Yes, ma'am.
Newton.
Yes.
Motion passes.
Thank you. Mr. Manning.
Thank you, Chairman. Item 18D, mitigation credit sales, easily combined utilities. You'll find this information on pages 582 through 595. The committee recommendation is approval of the sale of 1.272 wetlands credits to easily combined utilities for $23,404.80.
The committee's recommendation, discussion. If not, I'll ask Ms. Owen, call the roll for the committee's recommendation for item 18D.
Malinowski,
Yes.
Dickerson, McBride,
Yes.
Livingston,
Yes.
Terracio,
Yes.
Walker,
No.
Manning,
Yes.
Myers,
No.
Newton.
No.
Motion passes.
Mr. Chairman,
Ms. Only,
item,
you get a vote count. I'm sorry.
What was
can
that,
you
Ms.
tell me what the
Myers?
vote was? Yes, I'm just asking Ms. Only what the count was, what the vote count was.
It was 5 in favor and 3 against.
Thank you.
You may go ahead, Ms. Manning.
thank you, Mr. Chairman. Item 18E, mitigation credit sales, Fielding Homes LLC. You'll find that information on pages 596 through 609 in your packet. And the committee recommendation was for approval of the sale of 818.9 stream credits to Fielding Homes LLC for $131,842.90.
And what was the committee's recommendation?
The committee recommends approval of the sale for the stream credits and the amount that I just read.
Thank you. You heard the committee's recommendation. Discussion. There being none, Ms. Owen, I'll ask you to call the roll for the committee's recommendation for item 18E.
Malinowski,
Yes.
Dickerson, McBride,
Yes, I forgot.
Livingston,
Yes.
Terracio,
Yes.
Walker,
No.
Manning,
Yes.
Myers,
No.
Newton.
No.
Motion passes.
Mr. Chairman, I move for reconsideration of items 18D and E.
Motion for reconsideration of 18D and E. Is there a second?
Second.
Moving properly second. Ms. Owen can call the roll for the reconsideration of items 18D and E.
Malinowski,
No.
Dickerson,
No.
McBride,
No.
Livingston,
No.
Terracio,
No.
Walker, Manning,
Yes.
Manning is no.
Walker was yes.
Thank you. Myers,
Yes, ma'am.
Newton.
Yes.
Motion fails.
Mr. Chairman, again, I want to thank staff for all their hard work and the committee who put in a lot of time and diligence to this. And while sometimes our committee can have disagreement, the committee members are very respectful and never disagreeable. So I thank you, everybody, for that. And that concludes the report of the Transportation Ad Hoc Committee.
Thank you, Mr. Manning. That brings us to the report of the evaluation at Ad Hoc Committee, the Honorable Chakisse Newton.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. There are 2 items from the Employee Evaluation and Oversight Committee today. The first item that we adopted or modified the agenda for action is the clerk to council search update. So briefly to remind council of the process, council members were invited to be interviewed by our consultant at Find Great People to help draft a position profile. Subsequent to those interviews, the position profile was drafted and shared with council. This profile is not the formal Richland County job description, although it does incorporate the primary duties of the position. Instead, council approving this profile will allow us to advertise the position for clerk to council and let Find Great People begin to identify candidates. So that draft profile was sent to council and sent to council in October, discussed today in our Employee Evaluation and Oversight Committee. Some changes were recommended for that profile, which were sent to council today with the highlights updated. There were a few questions about some of the duties listed there, which turned out to be listed in our ordinance, and I will entertain any questions or discussion about that profile before we vote.
Thanks for that update. And item 19B is the executive session item, correct?
Oh,
Yes, it is.
let me just follow that fool up.
That brings, I'm sorry, that completes your report.
Well, the committee forwarded this to council with revisions for council to review and approve if it so desires.
Okay, so you heard committee's recommendation for council approval for the information provided. Is there further discussion? If not, I'll ask Ms. on the call on the roll for approval for committee's recommendation.
Malinowski,
Yes.
Dickerson,
Yes.
McBride,
Yes.
Livingston,
Yes.
Terracio,
Yes.
Walker,
Yes.
Manning,
Abstain.
Myers,
Myers abstains.
Newton.
Yes.
Motion passes.
Thank you. Ms. Newton.
And then item 19B will be discussed in executive session. So that concludes my report for now.
Thank you. That brings us to other items. It's 20A, fiscal year 20, District 5 hospital tax allocation. Chair, entertain a motion.
Mr. Chairman, I move for approval of items 20A and B.
Second.
You heard the motion to approve items 20A and B and proper second discussion.
Mr. Chair,
Mr. Walker, you recognize.
mine will be a no vote for the same reasons that it has been forever. Thanks.
We're doing A and B.
Yeah, I
Mr.
understand.
Chairman, let me divide.
What I'm getting, Mr. Walker, is whether or not you want to divide the question.
Point of order. I think I still have the floor.
Mr. Walker,
Mr.
yeah,
Chair.
I'm saying that to make sure you see whether or not you want to clarify, want them separated too, that's all.
Yeah,
I understand. And
Mr. Walker has the
Manning,
floor.
Mr. Manning, if you'd allow me, I'm perfectly comfortable with a no vote for A and B without having to divide the question for the sake of time, with the understanding the vote is with the intent to continue to bring to the forefront the conversation about the discretionary hospitality tax spending.
Thank you very much. The motion is for items A and B.
Mr. Chairman, I'm removing my motion. I think it's very important with the appointment and a commission for a code enforcement officer that we don't have a no vote attached to something else. So I withdraw my motion.
Okay, the motion withdrawn, so Chair, entertain a motion.
I move for item 20A for approval.
Is there a second for item 20A?
Second.
Moving properly second. Any discussion about item 20A? Chair, Ms. Owen, can you call the roll for item 20A?
Malinowski,
Yes.
Dickerson,
Yes.
McBride,
Yes.
Livingston,
Yes.
Terracio,
Yes.
Walker,
No.
Manning,
Yes.
Myers,
Yes.
Newton.
yes.
Motion passes.
Move for reconsideration.
Motion
Second.
for reconsideration is second. It's proper second. Ms. Owen, can you call the roll for reconsideration, item 20A?
Malinowski,
No.
Dickerson,
No.
McBride,
No.
Livingston,
No.
Terracio,
No.
Walker,
Yes.
Manning,
No.
Myers,
No.
Newton.
No.
Motion fails.
Mr. Chairman, I move for approval of item 20B.
Motion to approve for item
Second.
20B, resolution. It's a second. Move proper second. Discussion of item 20B.
Mr. Chair,
If
Mr. Walker.
none, I'll ask Ms. Owen to call the roll.
Mr.
for
Chair,
the motion.
this is Mr. Walker.
Ms. Walker, you recognize.
Yeah, just want to say I appreciate Mr. Manning dividing the question. In the hastiness, I do appreciate the opportunity to make an appointment without a no vote attached to it. So thank you.
Thank you.
Yes, sir. Thank you.
In other discussion reference B, then Ms. Owen, can you call the roll for item 20B?
Malinowski,
Yes.
Dickerson,
Yes.
McBride,
Yes.
Livingston,
Yes.
Terracio,
Yes.
Walker,
Yes.
Manning,
Yes.
Myers,
Yes, ma'am.
Newton. Motion
Thank-
passes.
Thank
Move
you.
for reconsideration.
Second.
Move proper second reconsideration for item 20B. Ms. Owen, can you call the roll for reconsideration for item 20B?
Malinowski,
No.
Dickerson,
No.
McBride,
No.
Livingston,
No.
Terracio,
No.
Walker,
No.
Manning,
No.
Myers,
No.
Newton.
Hey,
Motion
point of
fails.
order. Point of order. Miss Only, Miss Newton has been disconnected from audio. Just so
Thank
you know,
you.
she's trying to vote.
I am reconnected now, but I don't know what we are voting on.
We're voting on item 20B, the resolution regarding the appointment to the commission.
Thank you, then I vote yes.
Thank you.
Point of order. There was a subsequent vote for reconsideration.
I'm
to
sorry,
that
we were ready for that. Thank you, yeah. We're reconsidering it. I apologize, yes. Did
Then I
you
vote
get,
no
I
for
thought you,
reconsideration.
just
Yes,
for
ma'am.
clarification, I was referring to, because you didn't get to vote on the resolution either, did you?
I told Miss Only my vote a moment ago, so I
On the
voted
resolution and the
yes,
reconsideration?
no for reconsideration.
Okay,
Thank
good.
you.
Thank you. I want to make sure you got both of them. Thank you. That brings us to executive session. We have one executive session item, and that is the clerk's contract agreement that we will quickly take up in executive session. She entertained a motion to executive session for that matter.
So moved.
If they move,
Second.
properly second. I'll ask Ms. Owen to call the roll for the motion going into
Mr. Chair?
executive session.
Mr. Chair.
Miss
Newton. Yes.
Newton. I saw
not sure that
Rachel's name popped up there.
it's
Go ahead.
okay. Not sure that this fits in with discussion, but at the point when we are transferred to a breakout room, Miss Only, if you would make me able to share my screen, I would appreciate it. Thank you.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay.
Mr. Chairman,
Mr. Manning, you recognize.
as a point of clarification, the agenda actually says the item is compensation for interim clerk to council, not contract.
But the compensation is part of the contract, so the compensation is part of the contract, so that's why I said that.
Well, that's fine, sir, but I don't want to be in court again for not doing something right in executive session.
Well, that's the reason why I said the term contractual matter, to make it, make sure it's clearly an executive session item, yeah. It's a compensation matter regarding a contract agreement. For the record. And council will take action after coming out of the executive reference this matter. So the motion is to go into executive session. If we carry that motion, Madam Ms. Owen.
Yes, sir. Malinowski? Malinowski?
Yes.
Dickerson?
Yes.
McBride?
Yes.
Livingston?
Yes.
Terracio?
Yes.
Walker?
No.
Manning?
No.
Myers?
No.
Newton?
Yes.
Motion passes.
Thank you. We're now going to executive session. I don't think it should last very long at all. But then we never know.
Will we get an invite?
Miss,
Are we getting an invite?
yeah,
Yes, ma'am.
I think we're waiting on it.
Okay, thank you.
Are we in a breakout or the main session?
No, I think, no, I don't think we're there yet.
We're waiting for the invite.
Well, we came back. We were there. We came back.
Right.
Oh, I'm done.
No, I saw a flash. That was it. I wasn't quick enough to click on it. Let me check with Ms. Only really quickly then. She must think we're in.
Yeah, I was in and then it sent me back.
So where am I?
No, none of them's in right now, I don't think. Oh, okay. So you are aware that we're not in. Thank you. She's aware that we're not in. She's trying to get us in.
All right. Time travel. We'll see you on the other side. Can it be 2021 when we get over there?
If you don't quit rubbing it in.
Might be if we wait much longer.
Bill, that sound like exhaustion. They're worn out today, Bill.
Sandy, get the turkey out of the freezer. Oh, wait, I'm not on mute.
It'll thaw before you get there.
Oh, I didn't realize she was already in bed.
Mac just left too, man.
Oh, that's the way rumors get started.
I don't care. I just said it.
I don't care. That they might both be in better company, Council.
I knew that get y'all. I
move to adjourn.
Too late in the meeting.
You're gonna have to mute them, Mr. Livingston.
Good idea.
Mr. Livingston?
Yes.
While we wait to go into the breakout session, let me just say that I neglected to ask for reconsideration for item 19A. So hopefully we can do that when we come back from executive session, or if we're allowed to do that now.
Remind me when we come back.
Do it right now.
Right.
Second.
I move to reconsider item 19A.
Well, I don't know whether everybody's here or not.
Second.
Second.
Is everybody?
Ms. Only.
You got a form, just do it.
Miss Black is here and she can call the roll if needed.
It won't kill us to do it right afterwards. The right way.
19A, Miss Newton?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, for reconsideration?
Yes, ma'am.
Yes.
Malinowski?
No.
Dickerson?
No.
McBride?
No.
Livingston?
No.
Terracio?
No.
Walker?
No.
Now,
Annie?
Ms. Black,
No.
Yes, sir.
do you have a? I don't remember getting a second for that motion.
Oh, it was seconded by 4 people.
Malinowski, Manning, amongst others.
All right, Ms. Manning, you second that? We need, for the record now, let's get a second.
So I have Miss Newton, and then I have it seconded by Mr. Manning for reconsideration.
All right, okay, we got that for the record, we're good.
All right,
Thank-
Myers?
We're good, I think now, thanks, Phil.
Ms. Myers, your vote?
She may be in the breakout room.
Okay.
Yes.
And Newton
Newton?
is no.
You see it?
Okay, motion fails.
Thank you.
That's why I should have waited, see? We got people in the break. We got people in the breakout room.
So I saw the option to leave to the breakout room, but I no longer see that.
Right, that's what we're looking for. That's
It
what
went
she's
away.
working
We
on.
have IT up here trying to fix it.
Yeah, IT
Yeah.
is working to fix it right now.
Yeah, that's what they're working on. I apologize, Sean.
All right, so we're back in regular session.
I'm back.
I'm here.
I don't know where I am now.
Where we all are.
The
We
evening been too long for y'all.
we're in the same boat.
Miss Myers.
We were in 2 time
Yes.
zones.
Ms. Myers, while you went to the breakout room, we voted on reconsideration and your vote wasn't recorded if you wanted to express your vote to Ms. Black.
Thank you. I vote no.
All right, I have you down.
I was just in breakout room. I don't know how I got back here.
We all got back here.
Oh, you were there too?
Yeah, we all got a flash.
It's a very Richland County thing to happen.
No, it's not. Well, this is the first time this has happened.
Mr. Chair, are we allowed to come out of executive session and act on the motion period, or do we have to wait for IT to resolve our issues?
We're allowed to come out. Say that again.
Well, we theoretically voted to move to executive session. We're not quite there. And my question for you was if procedurally we could act on the motion period item.
Point of order,
Let's
Mr.
just wait. That
Chair.
won't stay for two. That
Yeah,
takes 2
we're
minutes.
gonna
We're
get
done.
kicked. That's exactly right.
We'd have to move the agenda and so forth. And take action reference to the agenda.
We're still working on it.
We may have to leave ourselves.
So I guess you can, if you had to, you can take this item up next Tuesday.
Okay, do we do John?
Yes.
Yes.
Mr. Chair, we come out of executive session.
The motion come out of executive session. Is there a second?
Second.
It's moving properly second, come out of executive session. Ms. Only, have you made it there yet?
Yes, ma'am, sir, I'm here.
Okay, it was moved and properly. I'm sorry, did you get who made the motion and the second?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Then go ahead on and call the roll come out of executive session.
Malinowski,
Yes.
Dickerson, McBride,
Yes.
Livingston,
Yes.
Terracio,
Yes.
Walker,
Oh, yeah.
Manning,
Definitely.
Myers,
Yes, ma'am.
Newton.
Absolutely.
Motion passes.
Okay, the chair will entertain a motion regarding item 19B.
Mr. Chair, I move that council update the contract as discussed in executive session.
It's been moved. Is there a second? Livingston will
Second.
second it. It's moving properly second in discussion. If not, I'll ask Ms. Arnold to carry, call for the motion.
Yes, sir. Malinowski,
Yes.
Dickerson,
Yes.
McBride,
Yes.
Livingston,
Yes.
Terracio,
Yes.
Walker,
Yes.
Manning.
Thank God. Sorry. Mute button issues.
I got you. Manning, Myers, Newton.
Yes.
Motion passes.
Okay, that brings us to item 22. The motion period. Amend the Richland County current ordinance in order to allow lighting on Broad River Road. That will go to the DNS committee. Anything else to come before the body?
I make a motion to adjourn.
Did you?
Second.
Did you? Oh, you did get. You reconsider what you were talking about before we.
Yes, sir.
So for adjournment, there's a move and proper second. Any?
Mr. Chair, do we need to reconsider that last vote?
Yes. Thank you. Chair, the motion to reconsider the last vote.
No move.
Second.
Proper second. Mrs.
Mr. Chair, you didn't carry the motion not to adjourn before you did that because there was a motion on the floor, so you need to do something with it either.
Was the motion on the floor to adjourn second?
Yes.
That is true. Was the maker of the motion withdraw the motion for the move?
I certainly will for him to reconsider.
Thank you very much, and thank you even more for bringing that to my attention. So what's before us now is the reconsideration of the previous motion once we came out of executive session. Is there a motion?
Yeah, I made the motion to reconsider already.
Yeah, and I got to get it back since I had, motion reconsideration by Mr. Malinowski. Is there a second? Livingston was seconded. So it's moving proper second reconsideration. Ms. Owen, can you call the room for reconsideration for the motion made after executive session?
Yes, sir. Malinowski,
No.
Dickerson,
No.
McBride,
No.
Livingston,
No.
Terracio,
No.
Walker,
No.
Manning, Myers, Newton.
No.
Motion fails.
Thank you. That brings us to the motion period. And as I said, that item will go to DNS. And now we're back to adjournment.
I make a motion to adjourn.
Motion for adjournment. Is there a second?
Second.
Moving properly second. Ms. Owen, can you call the roll for adjournment?
Malinowski,
Yes.
Dickerson,
Yes.
McBride,
Yes.
Livingston,
Yes.
Terracio,
Yes.
Walker,
Yes.
Manning,
Sound like what I don't need to sound.
Joe, is that directed at me?
Myers, Newton.
Yes, ma'am.
Did the motion to adjourn pass?
Yes, sir.
Do we need to
Thank you.
reconsider?
Need to adjourn. Y'all have a good